Well, good morning, Crypto fam, and welcome back to another episode on the Coin King channel. Hanging out with your girl down Crypto TA, and we are back to where we started yesterday. Yeah, so seeing a bit of a drop here on Bitcoin. Looked like we had our breakdown, and then this ended up just being a back test in here. Not really managing to make it outside of our zone or flipping our zone. Let's just put it like that. And now we're putting in what appears to be a higher low. Um, I mean, at the moment, it's not looking as favorable as yesterday. There's a little bit more hopium to it yesterday, but we'll see. We'll see what happens. My only thing right now is if we do not hold here, let's just say double bottom or whatever, we don't hold here and we end up coming back down here towards this zone, that's going to put us in the cloud, which puts us at risk of dropping down further. And yeah, we might have a problem. We might have a problem here. But that's just forward thinking. That is forward thinking. We could also be putting in some sort of a bullish formation in here. I don't see it. I don't see it right now, but that could be the case. I know over on the weekly time frame, what I did share was that Bitcoin is in a bit of a rising wedge formation, and this is what we're looking like. So we do have this rising formation in here. We also have the 20 SMA running along the bottom side here of this ascending trend line here, giving validation to the point that if price is to break down from here, we get the drop just like over here, and we're red. So we do have the pressure in here, or we're contracting right here to give confluence to that breakdown right here, just as we was contracting right here, and then we expanded, contracting in here, and then we expanded. So I mean, wherever you can find it at, that is how it goes. Contracting in here, then we expand it. So just something to be mindful of here. I did share this on X, and what you want to look for is we're either going to, this is the first local pivot here. So this would be a validation here if price, again, you'll start here around your 20 SMA and this trend line, but what really validates it is going to be when we break below here. That's 108,620. 07. And then the other way of validating it would be to get an engulfing candle. So right now your only option on the engulfing would be for this engulfing right here to happen this week. Otherwise, you look for it next week on a candle open to see if we can engulf this candle right here. So I just kind of pushed it back over here to the side. So that's something else to look for in this zone. We know that we did have the bear div in here on the weekly time frame, just as we had the bear div in here when we got that drop, just as we had the bear div in here when we got that drop. So I might have even had one in here, but apparently I don't have anything flagged there. Guess we didn't. I also shared in here that you can draw your descending trend line here across your RSI, and you can see where your bear divs are coming at in here. So you really, you wouldn't have been able to use this until you got your first two connections in here. And then after that, then you could see this one in here. And then otherwise, you would have been looking at bear divs. That's it. You've just been looking at bear divs. So I don't know why I have this here. I'm not sure why I put that there, but there's something in here. And then you also have your lows in here where you could look for, your long signal in here. So I guess, on the weekly, just whatever happens in here on the weekly, nothing is confirmed in here yet. This thing still has potential to break to the upside because nothing has been confirmed yet. And all of this can be invalidated with a simple push to the upside here on both the price action and the indicator, and we can invalidate this bear dip in here. But for now, this is where we stand. Not looking optimistic on the weekly time frame for sure. Not looking optimistic. Um, all right. So it looks like we might be prepping for a. I mean, we know we slammed into the 1.618 fib. All right, so we're looking at this as being a 1, 2, 3, kind of short for a 3 in my opinion, but it is possible. Like I said, as long as we're not coming back down into here, then it could still be, a 1, 2, 3. We didn't make the measured move for the neckline, so that's another thing in here. Yeah, we're gonna start to look crappy on both the daily and the 4-hour time frame now. One thing that I have mentioned a few times is that the drive for this move up came from our 4-hour time frame. We had a nice sell-off on the 4-hour, and from what I could tell, it was the 4-hour that was the giver for this price action move. And I mentioned that on the daily time frame, we just have a weak high on the daily time frame. We didn't expand or anything. We just round trip back up, and it was a weak high in the story. And then we hit the 1.618, and now we're all looking forward to continue going up. And I'm looking forward to at least do this 2.618, but right now not looking juicy at the moment. Not looking juicy at the moment. All right, so that's that. Yeah, we also showed that we had a swing failure here. You see this trend line going across here, so we got to push up, swing failure right here also. All right. I'm keeping hope alive. All right, and back over here to our 4-hour. We saw the bearish rise in here versus the indicator in here. We saw that, and I highlighted. It looked like Litecoin, because Litecoin preceded this. Litecoin did this long before Bitcoin, so and that was how I knew that. And yeah, we were, we straight up diverged all the way up. We just bear dived it all the way up. You can look down here and you can see on the MACD. You can see it right here with the RSI2 with the cloud cover. You had these momentary pops in here, but this signal line that I plot across the top side, it just helps me to see whether or not we're really reversing, and it stays underneath it. It's a pretty clean separation away from it, but and now we're about to cross below the zero line here, it looks like, which is not good at all. So I know that there was somebody else that did, and I didn't know it at the time, but a couple of years ago, apparently somebody else had did their theory, or their math on where Bitcoin would top at. And okay, it was this date right here, which is the 6th. I have the 20th. Um, and our dates are so similar. But I have the 20th, but theirs read the 6th. So maybe a lot of people are jumping on board with that too, as they're trying to make the shorts here on Bitcoin. I just don't think that this high, the last high that we made on Bitcoin, is the same as the the high from 2021. I just don't think that it's the same. I don't think the capital is sitting at those highs, at those highs is the same. Maybe just put it like that, to just really want to be like, okay, we're sweeping the high, we have to short now. Um, so I think a lot of people are going to get caught off guard with that. I really do. So I think that there's one more leg up. I can totally be wrong. We all know that. I think there's another sweep up. I don't think 130 is forgotten at all. All right. Let me zoom out a little bit more here on Bitcoin. See what we got. I knew that we had a bear div on this push up right here. I mean, you can see it right here. So when we broke above here, yeah, got the bear div there. It is what it is. Yeah, we just gotta try to keep holding. All right, so right now, it has been about this 382 right here, and the weekly down here at 120, and trying to maintain within this zone right here right now. I don't really see anything of interest in here. Let me see. Aside from the the bullish divergence on the MACD, we do have bullish divergence on the MACD. I noticed that on Ethereum as well. So no, we only have it on Ethereum. My bad, people. We only have it on Ethereum. We haven't actually put it in over here, but we have it on Ethereum. I mean, everything else in here looks solid. It absolutely looks solid. Okay, so we got volatility divergence in here. So we could actually see something on that volatility in here, and we're holding inside right here too. So we'll see how this goes with the volatility divergence right here. We'll see how that goes. Theoretically, we would be looking for it to pop up. I'm just going to take the other part off of it right here and just focus on that. Maybe we even sweep it and then get a go on it. So that's something to look at here on Bitcoin. Let me drop a little bit lower in here and see what we got. In fact, just duplicate that just to see. Put it back on the 15. And we'll see how we do with this right here. And if we actually sweep it and then get a push back up here on Bitcoin, I probably would not be looking for much on it if it did, because it looks like as soon as this pops up, it's going to be like some bear divs or something like that for Biddy. But I tell you, what I am interested in right now is another Ethereum long position, and I had a setup on here. I'm just saying, and I am in a ETH long right now. Hopefully it holds. Hopefully it holds. All right, so we're rejecting at the 1 right here at the moment. And the crazy thing is right here with Biddy is we had 2 inside breakdowns on the 4-hour time frame. So we don't really have anything on the 4, and I really prefer the 4-hour, but we're gonna go with what we got, see what we can work with here, and let me check down here and see if there's anything. So you have bullish divvies here on the delta. Do have bull divs on the delta here. Got a higher low, and then you have a lower low here on price action. So that's regular divergence. So we have regular divergence here, and then we have volatility divergence on the 1 hour. We'll see how that pairs. I'm gonna jump over here to Ethereum real quick while we're at that. We can see what's happening there. All right, so here's what I was looking at for Ethereum. There were 2 actual setups in here for me. Now this right here really needs to hold. Some pretty good confluence in here. I'm sorry, hold on, let me. All right, some pretty good confluence in here. So we really want to hold right here. So we have our 20 SMA is in here. We also have the 200 EMA right here, and we also have the golden pocket right here, which is why I X'd this out as an area that we want to hold, but a great area in my opinion to be risk on. And then if we lose that, then it gets trashy. It gets trashy. But the next long would probably come from down here around the golden pocket. So the lower bounds here are the support level. And then we would look for this to probably push back up into these lows right here that we just got the breakdown from, because we were holding it here. I did take a long yesterday off of the support level through here. Now there is a little bit of support across here as well. So I put a white line in here for that. I don't have the check mark here, the reverse check here for this level, but it is a level of interest in here as well. So all throughout here, so it's like three levels of interest. Really, it starts, like I said, it gets trashy if we lose this level right here. It definitely gets trashy. So more important that Ethereum holds in here. Now we'll meet resistance on any push up. We'll meet resistance right here for sure. But it's not looking good. It's not looking good anymore. And this is what I'm looking at in terms of this line in here. It's just going to be the support that we can get from here. So previous support flipped into resistance. We broke through it. We can come back down, test this again, and potentially find support here. And if we have any sort of, bullish divergence on momentum, actually, if we can get it on multiple indicators, that would be great. That would be great. But right now, this is the level right here for a long right here. And let me see right here, because we're not quite done in here just yet. This candle just opened, so can't say too much about this chart right now because this candle is still alive, except for the fact that this is where we want to hold at. Now, if we start to see some volume come in and, we get a bottoming tail, then we can talk about it. But right now we don't have that yet, but this is it right here. All right. I was looking at a range in here. So the idea here was that we would hold this range and get a push back up. I knew that we lost that same support level that I took this long off right here. We had the bullish divergence between this point and this point right here. So I was hoping that when we would sweep in here, or possibly even, I was hoping that we would just not necessarily, we could have swept and got a volatility pump, but I was hoping we didn't get down here, but we have tapped into that measured move from this. And let me turn the momentum off for a second so you can see. So this is our zone in here, and we did meet that measured move, which was with the golden pocket, which was also with the 20 SMA, also with the 200 EMA. So like I said, a lot just kind of measured for this to be an opportunity to get long. That's it. So we don't hold this, and we're at the support level, okay. So the other thing too I'm looking at here for Ethereum for this long right here is going to be let me see if I can get over here to it, right? We're kind of out of it now, so probably not going to be the best example. Actually, it looks like it's going to roll over. But we'll see. It might roll over. It might. And if it does, then we know the rest of it is, probably not going to be too great. But Ethereum versus Bitcoin. So I was liking the fact that we were at the lows for our support level in here. Now, right now, we are still in the cloud. So I can extend that support to where we got the bounce from. So, and also this trend line right here, assuming that it's a back test on this trend line and it holds this, theoretically we're at support here for Ethereum versus Bitcoin. How does it go? I don't know, but I just have to throw that on top of it to say that maybe Ethereum can hold, even though I'm looking at market structure and it's like they just put in that lower high. Markets can still reverse though. Be surprised. Markets can still reverse regardless. So just kind of looking at that. I was also looking at ETH dominance as well, because I do believe ETH dominance was at support. So let's take a look at that. Let me see if I have it over here on this one. I don't have it here. All right. Oh crap, never mind. We're losing this right here that I was trying to utilize. So scratch that. Yeah. I guess we do that golden pocket. Probably do that golden pocket. And then we'll be within support here for Ethereum dominance. And then we should let me just add this chart over here as well. And then we'll be down here at this support too. Okay. All right, so I'm gonna stop trying to fit a peg in a square hole. We broke market structure in the story. So all of our bounces at this point are just what they are. Nice little reaction so far here off of ETH. I sound bummed as crap all of a sudden. I sound bummed as crap all of a sudden. I don't know. I guess I don't know, but I really did sound bummed as crap. I hope this loan works out. I really do. This is the loan I took yesterday. It was this small one right here. And I was looking at this, like, potential inverse head and shoulder, which we didn't make it to the target because the target would have been around 46. So we didn't make it there, unfortunately. And I knew that we were going to have this right here as a burden, which, I did share on Twitter when we were getting the drop. I shared it on Twitter. Hey, we got to get back above here. And as soon as we got the move, and I shortened my take profit against it, especially on Blowfin, because Blowfin was it's a lot different. Blowfin had me all up under this wick right here, but this was a little long that I took here. I kept looking at it. I'm over here studying yesterday, and I'm looking at it, and I'm like, why am I sitting here only studying the chart and not taking the freaking entry? Like, that's the craziest crap ever. So then I was like, just go ahead and jump in on Ethereum, because I had no desire to actually trade it. Now all I want to do is trade it. I'm back to that crap again. So yeah, it ended up being a quick win. I did a TP1 on it, and I left the rest of it in it. And then I could see that we were putting in this bear div right here. So we're making these highs in here, but we were declining on the MACD, which essentially means, especially as soon as it crosses that zero line, it's over. It's over. So we were doing this decline right here as price was going up. And like I said, as soon as it goes across that zero line, like, boom, there's your sell-off. From that point, from this candle right here, after this candle right here, that was the sell-off. You get it earlier in here. Like, we were riding the line in here, riding the line. So yeah, I'm just sitting here looking at it, which I should have moved the stop up to take the rest of the profit out of that position to here, but I just didn't do it. Actually, I could have did it off of this one right here. I had hopium for it. I was like, no, this inverse head and shoulder is going to play out. We're not going to come back into, I was like, we're not going to come back inside this cloud. We're going to stay here and then we're going to go back up. But that didn't happen. So now here we are. Bouncing off of our 20, our golden pocket, our 200 EMA for the 4-hour time frame. So that was the 200 EMA for the 4-hour time frame. I think this is the 20 for like the weekly time frame. No, that's the 20 SMA for the daily. So this is the 20 SMA for the daily, the 200 EMA for the 4-hour time frame. Sitting right here in confluence with the golden pocket, with the measured move from the range breakdown and the support level, of course, all right here for Ethereum. Come back up probably just about right into here. There was there was no bullish divergence here whatsoever. We got a volatility divergence earlier from this point to this point right here that gave us this little push, which is why I got interested in looking to get into another long on Ethereum to start with, was because of when I saw that, and then we started moving slow. I was like, okay, but then this candle is started out so nice, like, yeah, we're just back tested the top side of the dynamic cloud over on the which time frame were we on at the moment? We were on the it was from the 4-hour. I was like, yeah, so we're just back testing there. And then the candle was still alive at the time. And then all of a sudden it just, it got really aggressive through there. Really aggressive. So I will tell you that taking it now because you hit the level is the aggressive entry. Waiting until we see confirmation of the momentum shift is different. Neither one is a guarantee. But yeah, neither one is a guarantee right now. We're not coming back into this right now. So whatever bounces we get, I mean, we can bounce in here, and then it finally does touch it, and we can still be down here at these lows when that happens. That's all I'm saying. It won't be too far away from it. It'll be, something like over here, right? Like, got the first bullish divergence in here. And you could have seen that and just got in off of, let's just say, this candle right here, which was a great entry, by the way. This candle right here was a great entry. And then it comes up. You're not really far off, really, from here. You're not really far off from here. By taking it off of that candle right there. But still, you would have been waiting on the momentum to shift. And then, like I said, there's no guarantee. Now, all of a sudden, you're in right here, and then it rolls back down on you. And we started to round in here. I mean, so there really is no perfect entry. So there really isn't. Like, you have less risk by doing it like that, I suppose, with a tight stop loss. But this is it. We got to hold this. I don't see anything in here besides what we had right here. No actual closure outside of this. I don't really like to do 15-minute, and we're still going to be focusing on that one from the 1 hour. I just want to see when we close outside of this right here. That's all. So no closure outside of that one. For Ethereum. What else? Nothing. I don't really need to look at any other indicators in here right now. We got the fast signal right there. We also got the volatility entrance right there as well. We also start to get a drop in here of the bearish momentum. We're starting to get a color shift in here on both we had got the fast signal in here too off of the delta. Now the MACD is trying to join the party, so we'll see how it does. It's still just kind of consolidating, and yeah, I mean, I call that consolidation. I really don't need to see those at this point. They're all trying to give a positive, but I'm gonna wait. See about the confirmation from here, because this is going to be a little bit different. The confirmation in here. Now, yesterday, let me tell you something. I started to go ham on a couple of altcoins yesterday because I'm sitting here, and when I say I was like, let me just go ahead and get in this. I'm not really paying attention to this at the moment. But you see how this came down to meet price action. Like, this rarely happens as good as this one right here happened. And we caught this one other time on stream, just one other time. We actually didn't catch this one on stream, but we caught this one time on stream, and it's so freaking different than any of the other Jack and the Bean stocks that have happened. But so many altcoins got that move right there. Like, price action isn't moving yet. The cloud is just dropping, accelerating all the way down in here to snag price action up, which was why this was such a good entry right here on several altcoins for that little pop up, just to hit resistance. But it was really, really nice. It's not like this right here. This is different. This is slow, and you don't know. But this, when you see this, oh my gosh, let me see that again. That's what I want to see. Let me see that again. All right, still holding within this range here on Ethereum. I'm going to check back over here on Bitcoin. Same scenario here over here on same scenario with Bitcoin here. It is above the 1 right now, which is cool. And we're back inside of our zone, and that's cool. I like both of those things right there. Let's see what I'm working with. Hold on before I name this. I got it named something else. And I just want to make sure I mimic that name. No, I think that's right. We're looking at 4 hour. Yeah, we're looking at 4 hour. Here on the 15-minute, that's what we're looking at. Okay. So that's pretty decent right there. All right, let's take a look over here at, it was doing good, but now, give me just a minute. I need to update something. I need to update a lot of stuff on this Solana chart, but let me just do this one thing in here first. And then I'm going to put us over here on the Solana chart. At least let me get one side done, if not the other. This makes me kind of want to go in and update this indicator to look exactly like this, which I could have just, last night my computer reset. I don't know if it's the computer that's resetting, if it's TradingView that's giving me a hard time. But I go through and I do all this research, and then I have all this stuff ready. Like I really worked yesterday to have some data ready, and I was posting a lot of stuff. So I know I was, there's no way you can do all the posting I was doing yesterday, and it's some good information that I put out there. And then it wiped it out. It completely wiped it out. Computer went to sleep, and it reset something, and half of the freaking data was gone. I was so livid. So pissed off about that. All right, so Solana here. So we're looking for this to continue to hold this dynamic cloud in here. Looking for that to continue to hold, because what we want to end up seeing is end up seeing momentum come up and push Ethereum out. Now this ended up being a great entry on Ethereum. On Solana, we watched this for a while, ever since we got the first breakdown. Actually, ever since we got this first breakdown, because we had this range. So we have the range coming from the daily time frame. That's what it came from, the daily. So this is your mother bar here on the daily time frame. And then I put out a tweet on this, and I said, hey, if we need to hold in here, like Solana price action needs to hold in here. If not, then long entry down here. I ended up having to go back, and after we came back up, and be like, well, probably gonna have to cancel that that golden pocket for now. Those are not my words. I just put an X on it because I had people sitting here waiting to take the entry on this. We came back up. I knew it wasn't invalidated, so I left it like this, and retweeted it again. And then we came down, we held support, came back up third time into the rejection zone of the range in here. And then that was the time when we finally came down, hit the bottom side target. And then that was a good little bounce right here. So yeah, and the cloud was still intact. So great little entry. So hopefully we can do the same thing. Now this is no longer valid. This range is no longer valid in here for any moves. But hopefully we can maintain the cloud in here. At least if we come back down, I'll probably be looking at the this high in here where we have this one at. So it's around 212. I'll be looking for something like that. And that keeps price action inside the cloud, and price action will still also be above this signal line right here. All right, so hopefully for Solana, I was looking at oh, and while I'm talking about it too, do follow me on X if you don't. I am at Down to Crypto DA on X. So that was me just, updating on this right here. But this is where we were at, and this is me looking for, still looking for it to still work out in here. So just kept it as is, just a little bit of patience in here. But we do want to hold within the cloud here for Sol. If we're not doing that, then I mean, just join the rest of the party. Trying to see what's going on with Ethereum there, since I am in that Ethereum trade. In terms of all right, so don't get scared when I do this, okay? Please don't get scared when I show you this. All right, so Solana versus Bitcoin. Now we watched this a while back. I didn't have these drawings on here. I just had the levels in here, and I showed where we hit resistance at for Solana versus Bitcoin. We also hit resistance with Solana versus Ethereum. So this was all the same right here, same, in terms of where we were at on the price chart. But I just came through yesterday as I was studying. It's like, oh, okay, so we ended up having this head and shoulder because I was watching it on a weekly time frame. And if you're seeing it from a weekly, you're really not going to see all of that. You're really not going to see all of that from the weekly. But I just started engaging on here in the 4-hour time frame, and I could see that we had this inverse head and shoulder. Now we haven't actually broken the neckline for this just yet. So this is where things can start to get really trashy for Solana, and I'm hoping that is not the case. I'm really hoping that that's not the case. We started to pick up against Bitcoin yesterday, and that was just simply because of the drop that we're getting. A couple of altcoins I could tell we're doing that, and I shouted out XRP a little bit, which I'm going to get into XRP as well. I had this over here, and I was like, oh my gosh, are we doing another head and shoulders? So if if this wasn't here, it would have been right here. So I was like, we got a head and shoulder on top of a head and shoulder. Like, gosh, like how bearish can this get, right? But the one thing that I am seeing that could hopefully it does better than what we're seeing on Sol USD, Tether or USD pair. Hopefully it does better than what I'm seeing on the dollar, but we are getting a drop over here. If this accelerates, it's going to be even better. Not price action, but this cloud drop. If it accelerates, then it'll get some clarity. Right now, it is bearish. It is bearish with a bullish bias. I have a bullish bias for it, but it is bearish. So yeah, gosh, this does not look great. It just does not look great. We did manage to hold the trend line in here from where I was looking at, where it bounced a few times in here. And then in here, there really isn't anything other than me just trying to see if this is going to work out. If this could work. I didn't see anything else really. Well, maybe pushing back over here, maybe. But it just does. I don't like this. I don't like this for Solana. I don't like it. But in the measured move, you can see is down here at the lows of our next support level. It's down here at these lows. And I think I remember Oh no, this is coming from something else. Must be coming from. I'm gonna hide my drawings for a sec. I'm gonna hide you too. Must be the daily. I cannot remember where that was coming from. But yeah, you can see that Head and Shoulders clear as day. Was this the next zone I had highlighted? Because if it wasn't, I need to make it so. It was not. I'm gonna go with this. I'm gonna take this off. Well, how did I feel about that? I'll put that back. Let me see. Yeah, maybe that works. Maybe that'll work and we don't see this Head and Shoulders play out. Maybe that'll work. I mean, they're really, I'll be looking right here, but maybe that works. Past that, I'm not even caring about that. I'll just be looking right here. I mean, where is that coming from? I got this range in here and apparently it's coming from something and I'm not sure. And I'm saying that's the measured move. This range is coming from something and I did it and now I can't figure out where I got this range from. And so until I can do that, I'm just gonna take it away. No sense in me talking about it and then I can't tell you where it came from. I remember the one where we had the double top in here and then we got a small little bounce, but then we continued down a little bit more. There was really nothing in here anyway for it. Yeah, so I mean, I don't like this chart at all. And then there is I didn't sync that, so I can't show you that here. But yeah, not really feeling this chart. But I'm gonna keep an eye on this 4 hour because, like I said, with that cloud drop, it can be leading towards a nice correction coming in here, a reversal coming in here for Solana. It could, guys. I know that looks crappy, but it could. All right. I also shared with you, and we looked at this. No, we didn't look at this one right here, but this is SUI versus Bitcoin right here. And SUI has the same thing. This is looking a little bit better. It started to flatten out right there, and I don't like when it flattens out because when it flattens out, it doesn't have the same interest. But we could be looking at something coming in for SUI too. So SUI is a little bit closer to a support level. Hold on, let me make sure I didn't move that wrong. It's closer to yeah, I'll leave it right there. Let me see how we did 1 week 50 MA support. I don't know. Okay, yeah, when we initially tapped in, no, it's the golden pocket right there too. Yeah. Thank goodness I put a note in here for this, right? Take this away for her. I mean, I've already seen that. I mean, this is where the weekly level is anyway, so it really doesn't matter about this 4 hour in here. This is where the weekly is. I don't even know why I'm bothering with this one. I'm just gonna hide that one. So we have the weekly in here where we did hold 3 times in here, and then we also have the VWAP in here as well for SUI versus Bitcoin. We can look for the 786 to actually work. So the bottom side here of the support level in here, it looks pretty good with what we have over here. So this might still be valuable. So we can say that we are starting to come into a support level here for SUI versus Bitcoin. And with the cloud drop too, if we stall out in here, this is going to be a great place for SUI to possibly find some strength against Bitcoin, especially if Bitcoin is going to tumble over. Nice little pin bar on Bitcoin right now. Loving that. I wish it would give Ethereum the same energy. It's not. A nice little pin bar on that 4 hour time frame for Bitcoin in that zone there. All right. So just have to look. I thought this was locked. Have to look for that to work out for SUI. That might still meet up with what I was saying that SUI could do in terms of the SUI chart. You know, I said that SUI still has potential to drop lower. Great call on the resistance on SUI as well. Great call. Nobody watched that video, but I put some sauce out on SUI, so it was a strong call on that rejection zone for SUI. And now we're gonna see if it plays out to what I'm talking. You know, how far I think SUI can drop, but that looks pretty good. I wouldn't mind a recovery on SUI. Now, I need to actually show you the SUI chart too, right? In just a minute. All right, so Bitcoin still trying to hold on to this the support level in here from the 1 hour, the 4 hour time frame within the zone in here. We didn't actually, yeah. So if we're only sweeping in here, we might come back down here and sweep this low. So just be aware of that because we are putting in bearish divergence right here. Ooh, how we love the bearish divergence, which was the same thing we did on, and now you can see this a lot clearer on Bitcoin versus Ethereum. From this indicator right here. I may not even have this indicator on Ethereum at the time. But bear div, so we know that this isn't gonna this should not be about to break out. If it does, great. Bring the alts with you. But if not, that bear div will be a drop. Will be a drop in price action. On the 4 hour, it looks kind of sweet right there though. That looks sweet. And we got like 2 hours on this candle close though. 2 hours. Crazy thing is, should have just taken the short. We're sitting here looking at the chart, and I'm like, okay, see the bearishness. Hey, we haven't touched this cloud in a minute. Like the last time we touched this cloud, well, we touched it right here, but this was just a bounce and continuation, even though you see that little signal in there. But you know, you got one, say price is going up, you got 1, 2, say price is going down, and we had not come back into this in a minute. Like I wouldn't even count this one at all. Not knowing what I know, I wouldn't even count that. So should have just taken it short. It was the first time we had touched it on the what was it, the 15, I think it was, or something like that. have to go back too far to find that, unless that was it right there. But anyway, weirdness. All right, so a little bit of rejection right there for Bitcoin, unless we put in a bull div. Now if we come down here and we sweep this low right here, and we're putting in some more bullish divergence, then that's going to be good. Like we have it on the, again, we have bullish divergence here on the delta, on the MACD. Actually, this is the MACD that I converted. So we have it on the MACD. We do have the bullish divergence on the MACD. Delta is positive at the moment. It is positive. You do also have a cross of the MACD signal line, because that's what happens when the delta crosses up to 0. Then that means that the MACD is above a signal line. And like I said, we do have the bull div in here. On the MACD. Now, if it's not playing out now because we have the bear divs, the thing to wait for is for the MACD to cross the 0 line. So you got the signal cross, but you want the MACD to cross the signal line. So that would be very similar to this over here, how we could see we were dropping along here, and then this is the point here where it actually crossed the 0 line. You can do something like that and be more conservative, because you know, that was what was happening in here. I'm sorry, I was pausing for a minute because I wanted to see something, because this usually plays out and it didn't this time. I don't see a bear div in here on that. Usually when it doesn't do it, it's because it's a bear div in here. There's no bear div. I could see the momentum break right here from the smoothing line. If I didn't have that on, then I wouldn't have assumed it, to be honest, other than looking at this right here, then it dropping back down below the 20 SMA. But even then, I probably would have still been sitting here waiting for it to. No, I would have. Yeah, I would have. Which is why I use multiple indicators, because you never know. You never know. This is not working for Ethereum though. It is working for Bitcoin a little bit. Still the bear div in here. Still got the bear div. This can all just be temporary. Still have the bear div. So we'll see if it does an SFP. It could SFP here and then come back down here for this low. Ethereum still sitting closer to the lower bounds in here, and this is why I'm like, you know, just want to see that momentum shift, want to see contact with the aliens. Want to get back to the mothership right here. Yeah. Oh, the SUI chart. Let me at least share a SUI chart. Give me just a second. I'm sorry, I had to pause on something. Staring at, oh, you see this? This got everything yesterday. That move, when I tell you, it was, I could not put messages out to get this stuff out there. When I tell you, this was happening on so many altcoins right here, and this was such, I mean, you would have already been in it from the post that I did, but this was, this, that was gorgeous on so many altcoins yesterday. That was just absolutely gorgeous. That was the one time to make some money in a long position. Like it was absolutely gorgeous. Absolutely. And then there we go with the rollover. But nice little bounce there for Soul. Let me just check 1 hour. It's the 1 hour. We're losing a 20 on probably the weekly. Could be the daily. Let me see. Yeah, I just have to use this. Yeah, the daily. Daily 20. This is a huge range. This is a huge range. This will come back down because it took, in my opinion, we made such a huge move just to touch it. So the more than likely it'll do it again and fire out another signal. Like over here, see how it happened so far back up? Like it was 1, 2, I don't know, 3 when that one came in. So it'll probably come back down and fire off another signal a little closer towards the lows than that right there. But we are underneath the cloud again, so we are back bearish again underneath the cloud, even with our bounces here for Solana. Could be looking at a double bottom. That would be great. Let me look at Sui real quick. Hold on. Let me do it from this chart. Yeah. So that was our rejection zone for Sui. Had you watched the video, price wasn't anywhere near any of all of this stuff right here. Like we hadn't even made it up here to this one yet. We were down here somewhere when I gave these targets in here in the video. And I still believe, unless that 4 hour against Bitcoin changes, Sui got a lot of room to go to the downside. Got a rising cloud over here on the daily right now, and we're barely holding on to the level in here, which means we drop out of the cloud and we go back underneath it, and we're back in the bearish territory. I don't know how many times we can bounce off of this or how many times we can hold. I don't know why I'm cutting through here. I must have drawn it off of a weekly time frame. The fact that I'm cutting through that line. Well, I want to get all touches now, so I just put it on that one. It just might not. I mean, it looks bullish, but it just might not. Just might not. And we have to accept the idea that it just might not. It's the only bearishness I see, but that's not confirmed yet. It's not confirming anything. It's just, it's there. It's not actually confirming anything. But it would be a thunderbolt. See that? I don't like when I see that. And like I said, it hasn't confirmed yet, but once it does, boof, boof. So whoever gets to it first, whether it be that 4 hour SUI versus Bitcoin, or if it's a SUI chart that's, like I said, potentially rolls over, can come back down here around 195. I hate to sound super bearish on it because I'm not. I'm buying on spot. And I got my levels that I shared where I said I'm buying at these levels. I bought in this weekly. I buy at this one. I buy at this one. And if we hit this one, this is the final one right here. That's what this daily is looking like. I don't really like the daily at all. And these rejection levels in here actually came from the weekly time frame. I saw some signals on the weekly that suggest that it wouldn't. And I kept saying on stream too, if it goes above here, I would short the crap out of it. I didn't short nothing. And I haven't shorted anything. Because we've been in an uptrend. All right, XRP. I'm going to get into this. I'm going to get into XRP. Hold on. Let me turn some stuff back on. I'll watch that Bollinger on that 4 hour though for no, it's not a good pick. It's not a good pick right here. It's doing too much. All right. Bitcoin doing pretty good. It is not this Litecoin. I'm in love with Litecoin now. This is not confirmed anything either. In fact, this has been it doesn't, yeah, this this right here, good Lord, had it ever from the moment you can print this indicator on Litecoin, is never, well, this one time right here, but not like not where it's actually following price action up. It's never done it before. It's always pretty much been up underneath here. But I'm starting to like this. I'm really, Litecoin is my new bae. Litecoin is my new bae. So I'm gonna play with it. I think something different is about to happen with Litecoin. I'm gonna be here for it. I'm not gonna get into Litecoin, so, but it has done pretty well. It's at support level already, so I like that aspect about it. At support for price action against Bitcoin, and this is a weekly time frame right here that we're looking at. So weekly time frame, which would give it a nice stronger push up, and then we can see some market structure break in here on the weekly. If we can just hold this level in here support and get the bounce up, like this would be, yeah, this is so on top of it right here. Like I think Litecoin is in for something amazing, and it's going to be one of those I don't want to compare it to e-gold, but it's going to be one of those good moments for Litecoin. I hope so. I don't have any Litecoin spot. Let me just say that. I've just been leverage trading it. Was up really nice yesterday, and now I'm not. But yeah, there's been some good trades to take off of Litecoin. All right. I know y'all want to get back to, I did a whole lot of work in here and it's all gone. And I'm going to tell you what I did too for XRP. In just a minute. It's like those commercial breaks you really don't want to, you know, you're watching a good movie and then it takes you to that commercial break. So you did SFP to trend line. You did not come up here in SFP to range, top of the range though. And then this is the point that it's really not the level. I wanted to say to look for bullish divergence, but if it does what Ethereum did, when Ethereum got that, when Ethereum got that drop, which would just completely annihilate Ethereum at this point if it does it right now, but may actually come down here for this liquidity in here. Did I have a fib drawn? I did. I had the 382 right here. Got okay, it landed on it. I didn't think it did. All right, got the 382 there. It was a 786 bounce right there. Swell. After that, I mean, 50. It would be the 50. So we really got a hold in here. So yeah. I mean, we are below the cloud now. We barely even scraped the surface of it here on the breakdown in the lower high. We put in I think this is what we were looking at. This was on what day was it? Was it Friday? I can't remember what day it was, but we were looking at it, and then that was when we would start talking about the ascending formation against the indicator, against the scale here, and we saw the falling wedge versus the rising wedge, which indicated it was going to break down. But we were watching this chart the other day, and I tried to take a long. No, I didn't try to take a long on Bitcoin. I sure didn't. Not on Bitcoin. But I was saying that that's the first time price action actually came down to touch the cloud because we had not interacted with it at all. We broke up. We broke up from below it here. Nice little Jack and the Beanstalk right there. And we rolled it all the way up, up. And then this was the first time that we made contact with it. First time price action actually came and touched it. Had not touched it a single time until then. And now we're stuck underneath it. Guys, we're probably, it's not good. Especially, I mean, it's really not good if the 4-hour does that. We at least haven't done that. 4-hour comes back down here into this cloud. That's why I said we need to hold in here. We're looking at stuff down here. Like, this is no bueno. This is no good. We don't want to look at price action down in here. We just don't want to see that down in here. We're in the cloud at that point. This is outside the cloud. Then we break the cloud. I mean, you can recover. Absolutely. I just don't want to go through that. I just don't. They have a hard enough time right now with retail money coming into the space. So I just don't want to. Please hold. I just don't want to. All right, let me stop tripping and let me go over here to XRP. So I was looking at XRP. Like, I really studied XRP, and I learned a lot of things about XRP. Like, for instance, I'm studying XRP chart. I'm looking to see why XRP is not performing well against Bitcoin. And I really couldn't find a reason. Like, I didn't see anything in here. And I honestly don't understand how people, and I hope I don't offend anybody, how you pour your money into XRP. I just don't understand that part, given the nature of how it moves. I don't know if you noticed this. I want you to see the common thing in here with XRP. Like, what do you see the most? Just based on that, like, what do you see the most besides all these freaking patterns I got in here too? Let me take the QTD away for a sec. Like, what you will find is XRP is not a momentum driven asset, and that is a problem. It is not momentum driven. It is volatility driven. It only pumps off of volatility, not momentum. And the reason for that, I mean, there are a number of reasons. I'm going to do a post on this as well. It's because liquidity is on few exchanges and is held by large entities. This is why you don't see momentum moves on XRP. This is why XRP gets into a range and it stays there forever. And then all of a sudden you get this volatile move and then it dies. And it's because it is not an asset you want to review with momentum. It is an asset you want to review with volatility indicators. There is one momentum indicator that I found works with it, and you want to take the MACD away. And that's going to be your delta alone. You're going to take the MACD off the chart, and you're just going to work with the delta alone. You don't want to use the RSI. As you can see, I switched it up. So everything is, it's either going to be volatility. The one exception I said again is going to be the delta from the MACD, but just the delta alone. And with the delta, you're only going to be looking at divergence, but you have to pair it with volatility. That's it. So right now, and then weakness. You need another indicator that shows you like this is volatility as well. So it's basically going to be volatility. You need volatility indicators for XRP. You're doing anything more than that, you're doing yourself a disservice because it is not momentum driven at all. At all. One of the other reasons is because of the algorithmic trading, right? So you have these algo traders, and like I said, because XRP is one of those assets again that gets inside a range and you can just trade the range and that's it. So over here, for example, and I'm gonna turn the QTD off over here real quick and put us over here. So on the actual XRP versus the dollar, Tether is still dollars. Okay, so the ranges. And this is what happens. This is why this range right here has been so effortless in making a decision to take an entry on XRP. And again, volatility everywhere. It's simply volatility. You could long, you could long, you could long, you can long, you can long. Okay. Every time it drops down into here, long. Okay, until it breaks, and then we go to our next range. Then we'll be looking possibly in here. This seems like it's been more resistant. So here we go, back down here. You can long, you can long, you can long, you can long. You overshot right there. Back to another level. I mean, XRP is that, and it is a volatility move. Never gonna be. You really just momentum is just not gonna do it for you. It's not gonna do it for you. Everything you see in here right now, this is all volatility driven. And so right now, as we come back down towards our range low from the XRP tether pair, we're squeezing. So we're building up volatility right here. We build up volatility right there. We build up volatility right there. We're building up volatility. Like this was a crazy volatility move right here, all the way up, volatility right there. Yeah, so yeah, that volatility move all the way up until it broke. Wow. It is simply volatility driven, and that's it. That's all you have to look for on it. So we're coming into that support level there for XRP, and it does have volatility divergence on it already, and it also has delta divergence on it already. So you did get that one little small move on it along with everything else from yesterday. The other thing too is XRP is narrative driven. So you're waiting on some sort of news or something like that to come out for XRP to get a spike. Yeah. And the RSI doesn't work also because it doesn't have time to build proper trend structure. It doesn't. Because like I said, your liquidity, who's holding, and the algorithmic trading on it. And market makers also. They keep a tight hold on it. They keep a tight hold on XRP until it gets the volatility breakout. But yeah, you're squeezing now. You're coming back down here towards your low, towards your 20 SMA in here. And let's see what we're working with in here. All right, so this is going to be your weekly 20 SMA. You want to hold. You want to hold. You want to look to get long in here because you're going to assume it worked every other time. And you can wait. You can wait for the reaction back inside of the range. You can do that. And then take it. Or you can, yeah. Let's see. We look down. What we got? We got bullish divvy. We got a bullish divvy right here. We had a bullish divvy right here. Had a bear div right here. Let's slide this over right here. When you see these flat lines in here like this, check your indicator up here. Check your volatility indicator to see where you're at. These right here lead to nice moves. Now, typically, this is price action going up. Price action go up when you see that. See this flat? Price action goes up. You see this flat? Price action goes up. See this flat? Price action goes up. When you see it walking a line like this, check your volatility. Price action goes up. Flat, price action goes up like that. Bullish divergence right across there. See what we got in here. Flat. So that delta is sweet on this thing. It is sweet on here. Like I said, I would turn off like I did. I only have the delta on. You don't need that MACD. It's useless. Just the delta when it comes to XRP. That's all you need. That's it. Bullish divergence. Flat. And it goes on and on and on. Like I could continue to do this. But you have it coming into your low in here. And I'm not even going to go back in here and try. I cannot believe this computer deleted all of my study. All of it. Just really upset me. Really upset me. This is your 4 hour. Let's take a look at your daily in here. All right. So we talked about this. I don't have that pattern in here anymore. I took that pattern away. But that's good for Bitcoin. That's good, Bitcoin. That's good. Bitcoin just broke the top side. Let's see. I got to go back over there and check that. I'm not in Bitcoin, and I know Ethereum's not doing anything just yet, which is why I'm not even focusing on it. We still have the bear div through here, so just be mindful of that for this range break. Again, it can't just be the liquidity sweep. Nothing is confirmed just yet. This could be just a liquidity sweep with the bear div. I would long something like that all day long. If I saw bullish divergence and liquidity sweep, I would be longing. So I'm not shorting. Not shorting at all. But yeah, that's what that is. All right. Is it the bull div that's gonna play? I can't say. I just know it has the bear divs across here, so it has to invalidate one of them. This has been going on a little bit longer, but I'm gonna have to invalidate one of them. So taking out these highs will do it. If it does it. And I'm just going to put both of them on here to not be biased. It's into these lows right here. If that were to happen. And that also, no, I don't know that you get back up here and back test that 20, but definitely if it invalidates the bearishness in here and plays out the bullish divergence, then yeah, I would just look at this low in here as the target. All right. Ethereum coming up. Still not make that contact just yet. Maybe it makes it and then it back tests or something like that. I mean, you had that one liquidity sweep up here. Did not come back down here and sweeping liquidity off the low. You don't even have the bullish divergence in here, unfortunately. I'm saying you we had the volatility push up, but that was it. Of course, the fast signal in here looks exactly like Bitcoin does, but Bitcoin's performance is, a lot different. Yeah, I don't know. Ethereum this time just isn't. Yeah, need to see some bullish divergence confirmation, really some momentum divergence here for Ethereum. And then when we were so we okay, so that part is okay. Maybe it was just this first part. It did get bullish divergence that time off of this, so I didn't pay that any mind. Did get bullish divergence right there. I don't know still. I would rather see it somewhere down in here, but it looks like this is about to fall over, give a little bit more relief to it. I'm rooting for Ethereum, but how the market make you all happy. You take a trade and you win, and you're like, I'm gonna trade it again and again and again, and eventually it doesn't play out for you. So it's about where I'm sitting at right now. Maybe it holds down there or something. Come on, Betty. I wish you would drag Ethereum up with you. And I hope that support on Ethereum versus Bitcoin works out, but there's some stuff not looking. Doesn't make me happy. Less than 3 minutes to see if it SFPs or if it closes above the level. If it SFPs there, then it might validate the bear div. Being that it's not moving, I kind of question it sometimes, like if Bitcoin is performing well and then all of a sudden they don't allow dominance to or let's just say Bitcoin is pumping but dominance is not pumping up with it to bring altcoins up with it, then I think that it tends to fail at those points. I don't know, maybe it's just, I don't know, maybe I need to study that a little bit more and I have no clue what I'm talking about. Let me check on Solana's as well. Solana, of course, has a much larger range in here. What a nice V shape right there. Nice V shape. I still think that, well, what was this at before? Was it, it's a 15-minute chart. Which candle was it? Was it this one? Maybe it was this one. And I was like, it would come back down a little bit. And now it's on this one. I don't like that. I mean, this it was just a volatility reversal real quick. That's it. So no actual momentum to be had, which means we could get another week high. This wasn't too shabby. It did expand a little bit in here, but very little. Very little. So I don't really care for that. All right, so this means this range is no longer going to be valid. And hold on, this came from 1 hour, right? All right, still got 14. Yeah, still got 14 minutes left for the 1 hour to validate it, or the 15-minute to say it's a SFP. Because the range is coming from the 1 hour, I can't invalidate it even if it comes back into here. It would still be valid for the 1 hour. The only way this price is going to go up from here is if I take a short. Then it'll pump. I promise you. I promise you. You ever get that feeling where you don't want to do something and then suddenly you do it and by the time you make the decision to do it, you're kind of late to the party, so it doesn't play out in your favor for that very reason. It would probably go up if I open up a short right now. Let me take a fake one. Did you come up this high? I don't think it came up this high. I guess I can put it, what is that? Gotta at least get a 3 to 1, right? Okay, yeah, gotta at least have a 3. Ah! Let me write this on here in case somebody come in here and they're like thinking that this is okay. I just want to see if I actually took this trade. Would the market go against me? Because usually that is how it works. I have not wanted to take a short. If I start now, it'll probably go against me. Let's see how Ethereum is doing. Okay, Ethereum's starting to build up a little bit of a squeeze in here, which is much appreciated. Much appreciated. We'll see if we can get that to play out. You can see we lighting up just a little bit over here. See that that green in here? So we are lighting up just a little bit. So we get starting to get a drop, more of a drop in here for a squeeze, 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 please. We also have the MACD signal cross trying to come in right here as well for Ethereum. MACD signal cross. We had the delta rising. We had some attempts in here from the MACD itself. It is above. This is just my smoothing that I put onto it. It's not the actual MACD signal cross, as you can see. But because that doesn't happen until the delta crosses to 0. And this is just my own moving average that I did. So I can see when we're above here for faster entries if I wanted to take one. So when I see us flip-flopping colors, I can just kind of see where the momentum is actually at. So if I was gonna do it, I probably would have did it from there. Don't let this fake short mess around and play out. It might encourage me. I don't need encouragement to take shorts. But if we're reversing, then I guess that's the thing that we really want to be looking at going forward. It's going to be um, shorts. I got a whole hour on that 4-hour candle close to see if we get that. See if we get this right here. See if we get it to close like this. I mean, that would be great. We do have. Yeah, I didn't pay attention to that. You kidding me? Did I not pay attention to that? No, I'm always one for the SFP. I'm always one for a range with the SFP at the lowest support. What? I didn't see that. I did not see that. So now I'm going to have to, let me see what I got on over here. What I don't really need, because take that out of there. I don't need that. Now that I'm not seeing stuff that I should be seeing, because I loves me some inside bars. Oof. I loves me some inside bars. I did this one. Let me see if I can get it to, let me see. I think this one disappears after. Hold on, what is this? No, it ain't this one. It's not that one. Where is it? Maybe I named it something different. No, I don't know where it is. I can't find it, and I wanted to share it, and I can't find it. Unfortunately, I have to. I don't know. I did this one though, and it starts detecting as soon as a candle open. Like it doesn't wait. It just starts detecting as soon as the first candle pops up, and I can't find it. I wish I could. I actually use Grok to help me create the one that I can't find right now, and it was the dopest crap ever. But I can't find it because I like the way it operates, but I can't find it. And this was the old Grok. This was the old Grok that did that. I can only imagine what the new Grok can probably do. I cannot believe I didn't pay attention to that though, because I should have noticed that. I didn't. Okay. It pays to zoom out. I usually have it something like, not all of these up here, but the first three, 15, 1, and 4 hour. I usually have those on together so I can see what my different bias is going to be for the positions that I plan on taking for the 15-minute time frame. I just didn't have that going today. Yeah, I just didn't have it going. I don't have it. And get so zoomed in. All right, so Ethereum with a little squeeze in here. Volatility probably, I mean, it has a squeeze, but we may not actually have the volatility to give this the pop out that we need. Might be lacking in here. Um, and all of this stuff you see on the chart is not going anywhere. So sorry. It's for me to go back and over time just kind of see how things are working and what's not working. Okay, some temporary, yeah, temporary little bounce up here. Um, I don't know if you know this. Maybe you do. Maybe you do. You can just use. I'll get into that another time. I was about to do some Bollinger Band education, but I'll save it for another time. If it does, it could be very short lived up into that 43.77 right there where the 20 is. It can be very short lived up into that. And that might be where this is at anyway. Let's see. Somewhere right about that to it. But I should have taken the rest of that profit out of this position right here yesterday. Looking at the bear div into the squeeze, and I saw all of that, and yeah, and the breakdown. See, Bitcoin might actually make it to where it invalidates the bear div if it's dragging altcoins up with it. If it's not, then like I said, a lot of times I just see it not really. I see it fail when altcoins are not moving with it. Let me see what this is hitting. Okay. And now I'm going to close this trade out immediately on Ethereum because it's slow. Slow. It's not doing me any justice because it's slow. And besides that one little bull div we saw, that was it because we didn't have it. We didn't have it elsewhere. And volatility just doesn't seem like it's all there right now. I'd love for it to be there. I mean, it's positive right now, so I should stop complaining, right? Positive MACD cross. I just feel like this is going to stall out at that 20 SMA. I just don't feel like it has the steam. I don't know. We'll see what this does. The RSI does. It just, I don't know. Come on, Ethan. I'll tell you what we can look for over here on Bitcoin though. I don't know how likely an inverse is going to be right here, but we're not going to be as high as this high. We know that. So the indicator over here on this side, we just look back, it is. That's not going to match up right there. So even if we do eliminate the bear div in here, we get the pullback because we know we're not mastering this high in here per se, and then we come back and then we can look for support to hold again through here for a little bit of an inverse head and shoulder, and then look for a push up here to get that liquidity. To say this is not done yet, and it takes that and then it comes up here to 786. If that's doable, you know. But today would have to be a good day in the market, that's for sure. Ooh, pre-market. Tesla's at 432. Let me just throw that information out there. Circle still consolidating. AMD 239. Pre-market up. Looking for a cool off on this again on AMD. I don't see a reason to fade it right now though. Pre-market Nvidia. I saw this pump a mile away yesterday. Wow, 191. Was just saying to the Coin King should probably take that Nvidia long on BTCC, but I share it with you. Okay, Palantir pre-market 182, so down a little bit from yesterday. Last time I shared with you that I was in the Tesla, took the Tesla long in here, and it didn't take my take profit for me. So the next day I was down, and now I mean shit, just it's gone back to the market. But since it's crossed, I try not to trade too much over there. Oh, I had to hide my little bullish divergence thing I had in here because I was trying to see it from my other screen. I have a higher time frame going, and I couldn't see it because it was blocking the candle. That's why it's not there right now. Bitcoin right in here is up against some strong resistance. Strong resistance to here. Just all of that. Resistance, 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 resistance. And strong resistance. And then at the same time, this can be a barrier. So it's just, if it gets through here, I mean, it's the market. I don't know what's going on. I would love for it to get through here, though. That's for sure. But it is hella resistance through here. Which at some point today I need to go in and update these ranges, these 4-hour ranges. I'm pretty sure that they've probably split, and I got one up here and one down here now. I'm pretty sure they have split. Maybe. Yeah, I'm pretty sure I probably got one up here now. And then this is probably down here somewhere now. These two are still good because we haven't come back into them to create any noise. So all the noise is in here. And it's probably two right here now. Maybe I can do that. Wow. Hold on, that hour candle. Okay, yeah, that hour candle opened over here, and then we're still have uncertainty. It's the second one from the new hour. It is up above it now. Doesn't mean anything. It can still. We'll see. It did open above it. Let's see if it has it now, because it gave it more of an advantage. But it's still a ton of resistance. And it's still a bear. Hold on, is that even? Let's see what that is. 122, 230, 43. 122, 230. So I'm still a bear div for now. Like I said, even if it invalidates the one in here, we'd still have this one. So we would still see some sort of a drop, even if it's not much more than to just say come back down into here and look for some sort of an inverse head and shoulders, potentially to come back in towards these highs in here, maybe. I mean, that's wishful thinking. That is a lot of wishful thinking right there. A 4-hour is down but not done yet. Not officially, but a lot of warning signals in here. Lots of warning signals. Ethereum still struggling a bit. Like I said, we don't really have the momentum in here. Let me drop to a lower time frame and see what we got. Okay, so we did have the little squeeze in here. So that's good. And we are in standard deviation 1 and 2 in here, but this is so faded out. You see how it's not postured. The angle. Let me just go with the angle for you. Like, this is the kind of angle right here that just doesn't. What's this angle? Yeah, that's like a 21. Yeah, it's an unsustainable angle. I remember when all we used to look at was the 5 and we used to have it on the 5 and the 4. I had to stop doing the 5 for a minute though, because I might have to start back when things get, kind of slow again. But 5 is just, oof. No, you think you have a move or something? I don't know. Five was crazy. Probably do need to get back into the 5 though. Get back into the 5 minutes. Only got 5 minutes. My terrible singing. I heard that my voice just cracked completely. Oh boy. I'll tell you what I will get rid of, because I don't need this anymore. I'll delete it from the other one. All right, stay in there. Let's go, baby. Let's go. See if we can't get her done. Ooh, Bitcoin. Ooh, thank goodness we did a fake move. Ooh, thank goodness we did a fake one. I told you, I said if I were to try to short Bitcoin, it would pump. So let's do a fake one. Because I haven't shorted, and the minute I want to do something I haven't done, it will wipe me out. It will wipe me out. I'm telling you. I can have that Jim Cramer effect, boy. When I'm not doing it, I just need to stick to what I'm doing. That's why I'm like, I'm not shorting. I'm not shorting. Woo! Because the minute I do, even with all that resistance. So let's see what they want to do. All right, so I don't need to look at the low now. Just focus on that top billing. At top billing to get up there. Take this away. I'm gonna leave this right here though to see if we can't come back and use it if need be. Otherwise, I will be looking down here to see, preferably in here. Just going to make your little move then, please, and thank you. Finish her out. Finish it out. He's still struggling. Solana at the bottom side of the dynamic cloud. Let's see what else is happening in here. Litecoin looking pretty good. XRP with the cute little pin bar down there on the 4-hour time frame. We got to get into BNB, and I got to finish out that XRP, and then I'm also going to take a look at Hyperliquid. Forgot I actually had the SUI chart over here, because these are the ones that I decided I wanted to watch for now. It's Hyperliquid, XRP, Litecoin again. I'm going to watch that Binance coin, and then SUI. So the lows are in here. Unless the powers that be. Let me check this volume on this. This is kind of, let's see. What do I got in here? I usually try to keep that one in here. All right, let me just check volume. See how we support it. Nice volume on that drop right there. Had a little volume come in right here, but diverging on volume. This is increasing, so that's good. And I promise you though, if I probably wouldn't have taken it, but if I had have been paying attention to that 4 hour for that sweep after we had that inside, I would. That is something that I love to see. You're not new to the channel. I love that. I love that. And the crazy crap is, I got the 4 hour chart up on my other screen, but I just didn't even take a glance at it. All right, less than 35 on that 4 hour candle. Bullish absorption there. All right, I'm gonna drop this one right here. Since we did manage to, break that. Let me take a look at something else in here. Let us see if we're hitting our target in here first of all. Which theoretically, like I said, with that 4 hour, it would be more than this, because the 4 hour range, that's what I missed. So and 4 hour hasn't confirmed anything yet. If 4 hour did though, like I said, that would be back up here. That would be the high in here. If that 4 hour did commit to this, that would be this. If it did commit to it. Beautiful freaking sweet, man. Dang. And that would, let's see. I really can't feel I mean, we got a lot of bad signals in here though, but just on the hopium side of things, if that did happen, then that would be possibly W, neckline break, take out this and validate. Trying to see if we would come up with bearishness though. I guarantee you this probably it's just for the sake of entertainment. Hold on. No, don't let me do that. Let me move this out of the way a little bit. All right, just for the sake of entertainment. I was going to say this would probably be like 130 something again. No, it's 120, 127. And that's just for the sake of entertainment. I'll take that away because nothing, I mean, I was just curious. But yeah, if the 4 hour did do that, and we got 30 minutes, less than 30 minutes now for this next 4 hour candle to come open. If it did do that, then we could potentially get this high right here. And flip this 1 hour. Even if it's for a moment. We could flip this 1 hour. We could flip this 1 hour. Back. We could flip it back. All right, so that a little Delta Bull deal worked out for us. Look at that. Look at that. With the cross of the MACD. MACD lags, but it definitely confirms. Well, that hit. That worked, people. That worked. That one worked. Ethereum, not so much. All right. It tried, though. It tried. Now Bitcoin comes down, ETH comes down. I mean, just all you had to do. That's all you had to do. Was, I mean, it did hit the 20 SMA as we thought, but it didn't hit the target. It did not hit the target. I figured, they were so close together. Maybe just peek over it. We start to squeeze. We try again. And remember, we didn't have any bullish divergence down here or anything to be had for this, just the volatility move. That was it. And even that wasn't all that great, which is why we were looking in here for the 20 with the hopes of getting up here to this level. I mean, this would have been great. I would have absolutely loved that. So this is broken now, so it's no good, especially if price comes back down and into it, and just have to delete it, and then this is done. It wouldn't matter because it didn't it wouldn't matter then. Don't tease me, ETH. Don't tease me, ETH. And I wanted to do it too because it's such a great strategy. It really is a great strategy. I don't know who came up with the concept, but it just shows momentum shifting. And so I love it that much for that reason. Especially when you're at some sort of support. And then you start, when you hit a support level, like where we're at with the 20 SMA, the 200 EMA, the golden pocket, the support level here. When you hit a support level like that and price drops into an inside, like it flips into an inside, and it shows from a price action standpoint that the momentum is trying to shift, it is such a great strategy. And then when it hits your targets, it gives you a target. Let me put it to you like that. It gives you a target also, which is typically, in this, it's going to be a 1-to-1. I wouldn't trade, not with your, you're going to be looking for at least a 3-to-1 on your moves anyway. So let's just say we did that. Let's just say we set the stop loss just about right there. And for this target, that would have been more than a 3-to-1, but at least a 3-to-1. So that 0.23 is such minimal risk to take. Nobody's catching bottoms all the time. We've caught some nice bottoms before, but nobody's catching bottoms all the time. But let's just say you had a limit order set for this. I'm going to take a limit order right here for whatever reason. Still, the R&R is good for that little move right there. So I want it to hit. Just like in here. I don't know if you can see it. Yeah, you can see it right here. Support. A support line in here. And then we dropped into an inside bar. And then you see how we swept. Gotta love that. Especially when you can see like there is like potentially some sort of bull div in here on top of that. And so we swept, and that was a great entry to take. And then this, of course, target was only into here, but I figured we could do this candle wick in here at least. But I'm just saying, like, let's see. You did it right here too. And then you got a sweep right there. And then the push up. And you had the bear div in here. So, I'm sorry, the bull div in here against this low and this low. You came into the level in here, support level. You next candle ended up being an inside. Then you get the little moves in here. You know what I'm saying? So I love this freaking strategy. I love it. All right. Let's go ETH. Let's go ETH. I would be shocked if we actually did this right here, just because of the posturing in here. Not saying that we can't, because we can all day come into this SD1 right here. But I would, with based on the posturing, I just wouldn't expect for us to just keep pushing through here based on the posturing. But I mean, it can do whatever it wants to do. We did hit target. We did hit target though. Oh my gosh. We did hit target. We did hit target. Yep, that's the target for me right there. That's the target for me. See what Bitcoin is doing now since we've done that. Okay, so we're pushing up through here right now. Never mind we got the 4, but I don't know that we're going to do that right now. We could just see a rejection from here. So if I did a second target on this, then it would match up with that 4 hour, which would be that there. Might be pushing the envelope a little bit, but let's see. About a little less, well, we'll just say roughly, it's 7:41. I'm just going to say 20 minutes till we get that new 4 hour candle. I think that might have did it for Ethereum though, but and then it comes back a little bit and then it tries again, perhaps. So we'll see what we do right here. Or if that 4 hour candle opens. And we can all say we bullish again. And see if we take that. Let me see. That still looks good. This is what I was concerned about right here. But this can, yeah, this is what I was concerned about right here. And I didn't feel the need to mark this out like I did right here, just because, you can see that. You can see it with the price action line right there for the low. I know ETH is at resistance, but while Bitcoin works out that low right there. All right, so here I'm just gonna drop this for a bit. Take that away. I'm not gonna keep this line on the chart, but I know we have this in here, so I know we're at resistance. And it looked like it's broadening or something. It's a little parallel channel, little parallel channel in here. All right, little parallel channel. All right, so if we are scooting, booting back in here, we want to hold this high. We want to hold this high. Because this is done. It came from this time frame, so that's done. And we just found another confluence to it too. So now we can say we had the parallel channel drop into it with the lower descending trend line. There's another level of support in here for our move. We didn't get bull dips, but we definitely had a nice little 20 SMA, 200 EMA, golden pocket, support zone, all right here for Ethereum, all right here for this entry. And you see what the next one would be right down in here, but all in here. So you can tell that move ain't much when you look at the higher time frame. It's like that little move pays. That little move pays. And then of course the resistance in here at the neckline. Across here. Because that's what we were holding before we got the drop. That is what we were holding. With our nice little rejection here at the 1. I don't know if did I share that? I can't remember. I don't think I did. I know I showed the Ethereum, the Solana. I don't know that I showed you ETH because I did quite a bit of tweeting. Let me go back to that other Ethereum chart right here. All right, so in terms of our one up here, let me check back on Bitcoin. Okay, so yeah, that high is going to be a little bit of a bugaboo for it. So that's why Ethereum is also reacting to it. All right, but over in here, this is the point that we were at. Now, prior to us getting up here to it, I had already mentioned in here off of this that we wanted to see us get back above here. So see if we can pull off a recovery and re-enter. So we needed to reclaim back above 1, which is that orange line you're looking at with the number 1 on it. And that'll be a key of regaining momentum. But when we came back up for that 1, You saw how we started to reject, and then of course you see that we completely rejected it, and then we dropped back down here into this zone right here, and now we're below it down here at our X. So I put in here that I just, we gotta be ready if it doesn't regain that 1. So my thing was, we regain 1, then we have a chance to come back up here to 2 and taking out the high in here. We don't regain 1, we're going to be looking at X, which is where we're getting the bounce from on Ethereum right now. So that was our X with our support level, where we have the golden pocket, where we have the 200 EMA, and where we now just found that we had that channel low as well. So it did tap the back side of that channel right there. And if we're not doing this, it gets worse, and we just have to look down further. But that's where we're at right now. That's where we're at. So that's how that went. That's how that went with this right here, and our X down here. So I said next. I really hope that we can pull this one off, because it could only get worse. And this is, to lose the 200 EMA on the 4-hour time frame. Like I said, we can always regain it. It's not that we can't regain it. We can regain it, but it would definitely be moving differently. We would have to depend on this to work. And if that doesn't, then we down here. We below the cloud at that point. Like, we really don't want to be below the cloud. That's all I can say. Really start to break it below here, and then that's the next support level, and beyond that, what we doing this, hoping for the 50 maybe. Yeah, don't want that. All right, 7 minutes, and we get that. We get that 4-hour. We didn't have a 4-hour over here, did we? No, we didn't have a 4-hour for Ethereum. Do we have a daily? I don't have it on. We didn't have a 4-hour. We can do this one now on the... Did I do that over here? No, I didn't. We can do this one now, because we're... Did I do that? I'm asking you guys, like, did I do that? Did I do that? Sound like Urkel. This one right here, from where we hit our support, this inside right here. So if I shift that one over, and then we take a look at this one. Maybe I'll hide this one for now, so there's I just like looking at my work though. So forgive me. And let me adjust this. Take that one away. And I always have to not be biased because we don't know. We're hoping. We haven't even touched this yet on this 1 hour. We haven't even touched it yet. So we have to figure out what that means because we haven't touched it on this one. Let me see what that matched up with. No, it's below that. Ooh, crap. I don't think I actually like that. I'm going to sync this right here real quick to see. Okay, so that's below there. I don't really see. Okay. Giving me hopium. Come back up here to 1. It gives me hope. But like I said, we haven't made contact with this just yet. Just a 15-minute time frame. That's it. So that was it. And let me see what we ended up doing in terms of momentum. So rejecting at the 50% retracement level. Not 50%. Yeah, 50%. So the midpoint of the range, which is likely the midpoint here on the RSI, is where we're seeing that that rejection come in at. Yeah, along with the measured move and the descending trend line here from the channel. Yeah, and the 50 on the RSI. 200, the 20 SMA still there, of course, but this is still a go until it's not. It's still positive right now. I mean, if it gets above 0, great. If it doesn't, this looks like it drops. It looks like this, like it's a little bit close for comfort. Doesn't necessarily mean that we can't get a bear div and push up higher, because we can't always get a bear div. Just because we got potential signals in here doesn't mean we can't get a bear div and push higher. Or push higher and get the bear div. Let me put it like that. But that is what that is right now. 50% midpoint rejection. I just want to move this for a sec and think of it in terms of a double bottom. I just wanted to see. Okay, so no need to think about that. All right. At least there are no bear divs here on this 15. Then, like I said, no interaction just yet here on the 1 for Ethereum. 1 minute, about to get that 4 hour, 4-hour candle. New 4-hour candle here. And then here, what do we have? This is going to reverse at some point. It's just, this was what we talked about too. since we're here, it's great. It's great to have this conversation right here. So what I said to you on this pump right here was what I like to see is this trend not resolve itself until this yellow line gets into the green. That's usually where it takes place at. I didn't think about that in the moment. I was so focused on this right here, forgetting that hey, remember that? Remember that's what happens. And sometimes it can go on, like on stock market. Sometimes you'll just see it go on and stay in here, stay at these highs in here. But typically, once this yellow line makes its way up into the green, that's where you start to see the corrections take place at. So after a nice little trend up, you come into the green, you usually see yourself resolve that trend again in here. Once you start this trend, come up, you get into the green, that's usually where you start to see that correction come in at. Which is why I like to take trades when I see it come in at the red. So after it leaves that, comes back down into the red. That's why I'm always fussing about, hey, look at that big old gap. Like, what sense does that move make, that big gap? And I love to see it swoop down, swoop in like that into the red. And then I know I can at least ride this baby all the way up most of the time. Most of the time. I can ride that up until we get in here into the green, and then I start looking for price action to roll over. But what I started doing here recently was focusing way too much on when this interaction in here takes place, which is still great. It's still great because we got one right here, and that was a warning. It was a warning shot, right? So, I mean, still great. Warning shot. Hey, then we started bear diving. Okay, so we started bear diving. It's like coming to an end. So that was another way of looking at it. Coming to an end. Bear div from here to here. Bear div from there to here. Yeah. So it was given some signs in here of the reversal with the bear divs all the way up through this red pressure in here that didn't last long. So you kind of know at that point, like, you mean to tell me we had all this pressure in here and that's the most we can do? But just have to wait. All right, new 4-hour candle. Oh, let me check back down here and let me just see what we're working with. So I mean the four is still bearish. I mean, we know that. Obviously. Could get a signal in here though. Could start to see some, look like a fast signal was getting ready to try to print out in here with this, after this move right here with this little bottom and, well, I wouldn't call it a bottom and tail. It's not the strongest in here. 50-50. About 50-50. And that did what in here? So volatility could be getting a bear div. Could. But this is shaping up somewhat through here. And not quite yet. No, I mean, not quite yet, but just the start of the delta in here. I think it could probably play this one out too, to the upside. I think that there's potential for this one to get played out to the upside too. hopefully before it does any of this other stuff, just because that changes that 4 hour also right here. So if I'm looking at, and I'm just going to take away that, the drawings for, well, actually I need to leave the drawings in here for that level so we can look at that 200. Yeah, so it's still sitting right there at the top side here. So there's the 200, and then of course, like I said, you have your 20 SMA here as well. And for me, is the gap, like this spacing between here and here, it's not the same as what we have in here. That's different. Just like if we drop down here, I'd be like, this crap is nowhere near. I mean, it doesn't guarantee anything, but it's like, that's not bearish in my opinion. It's false. Well, I'm not going to call it a false move because somebody got paid off of that move. Like somebody got paid off of this one. Like, so it can fall through here. Don't let me make it sound like it can't, because it can. It can still fall through here. But to my point, or what I was saying, none of this has made an attempt to cross through here, is all I'm trying to get at. So I'm saying the gap between the moving averages and not just price action alone. So none of this seems like it's going to interact with this at the moment. Versus over here, where you start crossing each other. But that won't last long. So if price doesn't manage to come back up here and recover above all of this, then I mean the chances are that it would do that. It would do that. Let me just look back at that Bollinger and see what we're working with. It's not even showing, it's not showing the relief here yet. Like there's no indications, no signals given off the Bollinger Band here for any short-term bounces here on the 4 hour. Not showing anything just yet. So maybe if it did, it would be just back to here. Maybe if it did, I mean, that would pretty much be the same, would it not? Let me see. For the most part, will be this high, just coming up here to the range high. That's, yeah, that would just be coming up here to the range high, because it's not showing anything in here just yet of any sort of a temporary relief bounce or anything like that. So we'll see. Let's see. I'm sorry to put all that noise back on you. All right, so Bitcoin, as we're seeing this over here with Ethereum, at this resistance. All right, so we are hitting our blue line in here. We are hitting this one here. And like I said, if we get past that, we get past here, then we can look at that second target in here. But if we don't get past this one, I mean, we're really going to be looking to see if, because this didn't hold as resistance so much, that it could hold as support. And then, you know, Bitcoin tries again. Let me see what Solana is doing, because I did not check back in on Solana. So Solana is one of those that it doesn't give you a chance to get in. If you don't catch it when it moves, it typically doesn't give you a chance to get in. It just keep doing this, what it's doing right now. Like, you see this, like, just when Solana moves, it has energy. And when it does it, it's lazy. But when it moves, it can run up a flight of stairs. It can run up a flight of stairs and not need to take a break, not pause for a sec. So we're just swinging clean through this range right here. Clean up to the range high. I didn't try to put anything on this. Kind of scared too. Just a volatility move. Just straight up a volatility move. Nice read here. I would have probably accepted this from here. But nice read here off of the MACD and the Delta in here together. The cool off from the bears. The just a volatility play. Like I said, this always makes me a little bit uncomfortable. Always makes me a little bit uncomfortable when I see that, but it can still do like a bearish move up, like over here, how it does that. And then it continues with the bear move. And then when we see that, then we're waiting for a rise out of the low, because it can do that. So if it does, I'm just going to go. I'm not going to put that one there. I'm going to put them both on. Let's see if it can mustard it. Litecoin again. Loving Litecoin. It's doing pretty good off of this move too. Looking a lot like Solana in that sense right now. All right. Bitcoin is pushing through here. Like in here we're all right. Biddy's trying. Biddy is trying. Ethereum, of course, is stalled out because it's at that resistance. But once it clears it, those highs in here on Ethereum, like what we see on Bitcoin, that'll be claimed. If it can just do that. I think it just needs the help of Bitcoin right now. And I could actually on Bitcoin, just our second set of highs in here. So it hasn't cleared it just yet. because we do have to look to our left at the highs that are around the same point that this is at. Yeah, so yeah. So no clearance yet because we have these lows. We have to, I don't know if I was just calling them highs or what I was just doing, but we do have these lows in sync with this. And that just keeps you from not focusing on the line alone, which I like to do, but it just keeps you from not focusing on that by itself and it's making an assumption of having cleared whatever resistance could be in here. But I sure hope we do. I sure hope we do. And bring them altcoins back up. That would be great. That would be great. All right. ETH continuing to, respect the resistance for now. Continuing to respect the resistance for now. Love you. And again, still at that neutral zone on the RSI. So we do want to see it get above that. Gosh darn it. We do want to see that. So some temporary. Yeah. But hey, we made target. We can take nothing else away from this. We made target. We made target. And if you took the entry, then, you hit that TP. And now we just hoping for more of a hoping for more like I was doing over here, but it didn't give me the more, it gave me the drop. And you'll be hoping for more. This makes me feel more comfortable as opposed to doing this. This is really neat. This is what I really need to do. Is this thing right here, and every now and then I will, but these, just looking at a line like this, saying, okay, it could probably be right here, or it can probably be. This makes me more comfortable, and I don't need to be comfortable. I need to be uncomfortable, because when you're uncomfortable, you're more likely to protect yourself. So Bitcoin's still chilling there. Still chilling, still trying, but still chilling in that little resistance zone right there, where we have the 20 SMA, and those lows still chilling in there. But you can always tell when Bitcoin is moving a little bit, because Ethereum might move a little bit. We're about to come into the top side of that range for Solana. See if we do. I don't know. That looks pretty good over here on Solana, with the exception of what I was saying about the volatility, about the Bollinger in here. But if it probably reject right here for Solana at the top side of the range. It's just, I mean, it's just one of those things where just straight up in the air like that. It's crazy. It could possibly reject in here. If not there, then it'll push up here to that 225.34 right over there. Probably, maybe it does that. SFP back into the range. See what kind of, if it puts in a higher low or something like that in here. But what are we looking at in here for that? For Solana, I'm not sure. I didn't even get into the look at all of my work in here. Just got completely destroyed. I had some stuff in here for stablecoin dominance and all that good stuff in here too. But that just, this computer did whatever it did, and I'm really upset with it. All right, so I knew that we would come back up here to back test this resistance in here on stablecoin dominance, which is helping give us that little boost there for Bitcoin. So we've just been bing bonging in between the two. You know, we were catching this trend line in here. First, we were catching the support zone in here, and then it's the trend line in here from this over here. Then we started catching this. You know, we had our inverse head and shoulder, target, measured move, all of that was hit. And we started putting in the squeeze in here and lots of bullish divergence coming down through here before hitting this, and then finally seeing that bounce up into resistance in here. Didn't have any bear divs in here at all when I looked at it last night. My eyes did not deceive me. I did not see any sort of a bear div in here. I thought that I had like a trend regression line going through here, but whatever I studied last night, it's not here anymore, because the computer reset and took all of that information away from me. But it was something like this, to this effect right here. It was something to this effect right here, where I could see where we would probably catch and bounce, you know, in here. And then it looks like as soon as we can manage to get back down here into this level right here for support, then we'll catch and bounce again here on stablecoin dominance. Only way that doesn't work is if we just completely roll through it and don't manage to hold this level of support this time, and then maybe we come back down here and test this trend line again or something like that. But really great really great way of gauging, with Bitcoin. Back in the day, I used to look at DXY, which didn't have the same correlation. Like, it's not the same. Like, every now and then they work together, but unlike stablecoin, because this right here really is where you pair the best at with what Bitcoin is doing. Stablecoins, because that's what we're trading. We're trading stablecoins. Tether, whatever other stablecoin, it's mainly what you trade on crypto, which is why it works the best. Rarely, I mean, there are some exchanges like Coinbase, for example, that will use USD pair, but for the most part, people trade the USDT. So it's better. It's better. But it was something like this right here, and I think I had it drawn out where I just had it notated in here that this was going to be where you would find like your bear divs, but we stopped putting in the bear divs because you can see through here. And let me just put bear on here. I'm not going to even worry about it because I know it's going to take it away. But we were putting in the bear div, which is why I put these little arrows in here for it. So bear div here between these two highs, which is why the squeeze wasn't playing out and why we continued to push lower. Then got another bear div in here. Even though you don't touch this trend line, it still visually helps you to see that there's probably some divergence in here. And bear dived again right there into this drop. And then eventually, the bullish divvies will play out. They do play out. I usually say it's a mean reversion. When you have bear divs at the highs, bull divs at the low, I usually say it's a mean reversion and say you want to wait until, so you don't get trapped. The safest play is to wait to cross your mean. And that mean reversion was what gave this nice candle right here, and then the push up here into resistance, where we can say we no longer have the bear div unless you're looking all the way over here, which is what I was just trying to say about Bitcoin a few minutes ago. And so maybe it pulls back a little bit is what I was trying to say about what I was saying about Bitcoin when it came to, I'm going to turn this back on to see, when it came to this and this, because this is all the way up here and price isn't, unless we invalidate whatever bearishness I'm seeing in here by getting the push up, which is why you tend to wait for some sort of a mean reversion or something like that. You don't have bullish and bearish in here. You just have the possibility of the bear div in here, and we're back at a resistance level with it. So I haven't considered this high in here as a place for support. I haven't. I'm usually just looking between these orange zones in here. If it's going to keep the bullish narrative, I would think that this high in here would hold it, right? And I wouldn't think that we would come back down here to here. I mean, we'd be getting really close to taking out this low in here, which would be a continuation down for USDT dominance. I'm sorry, this is stablecoin. It's all stablecoins right here. So if it doesn't do that, I mean, it's at support. Bitcoin is at resistance. This could be a possible support zone for it. This high right here could work, which means this would be looking to continue to try to get that push up in here. So I think this looks pretty decent across here. Not gonna lie. That looks pretty good across here. It looks good enough to do one of these. What I say, when you start this move, usually it plays all the way out until it gets into the green. And once it gets into the green, time to start looking for some sort of a reversal, correction of some sort. Only thing I would see it doing in here, even if it did, that would pop, like it would be really, really close. It would be really, really close. Then I'd be looking for this to hold that support, and we'd say, okay, got another test in here of this trend line in here. Just ride this trend line up. Just ride this trend line all the way back up here into the green, like so, over here. Riding the trend line all the way up into the green. And then where does it fall? Right there. And maybe I'll go back in here and put all that work back into this stuff and hope the computer doesn't delete it again. I don't know if it's the computer or if it's TradingView, but I know one of them need to stop messing up my work. Okay, so we're still chopping about in here at this zone. This right here. Hopefully it puts in the pivot first and doesn't just, reverse. So hopefully we're putting in a pivot first and we're not just gonna, this right here. Doji. Had our X. So hopefully it pivots. And then we can try that again. Oh boy. So that's the little bear div on volatility. Right there. That is the bear div on volatility. But with that doji, but then you see that, and this is why, see, that's the bullishness underneath it. Really hard to see. I mean, it's so minuscule, That's the bull div underneath it. This is why sometimes we'll be looking at bearish divergence at the highs and completely miss what's happening underneath and not understand why the bear div isn't playing out. Stuff like that. Because it's there. We know that we're not below that low. We know we're not. We're not below this candle. Plus, it needs to pivot. Something. All right. This is noise, extra noise you probably don't need. So I'm just going to take that off the chart. But if you are following along and I don't have this RSI on down here, you can just draw it across that RSI. You can just do it like that, or you can just wait on this right here. Whatever your RSI looks like for your signal in here, which I'm sure is a little bit different than mine's. They're not too far off from each other at all. So whatever that looks like for you, or just your trend line in here. All right. And for Ethereum, I'm just going to go ahead and drop this trend line because I don't want the extra, and I'm going to drop this one too. I don't want to see the extra chop in here when I can just look at the horizontal instead. So I could just look at this one. Just look at this and wait for that. And then Solana with the lows in here, it came pretty close in here. You can see, but it is underneath this the scale line in here. It is underneath that, this ghost line. So pretty close to at least trying to sweep the liquidity off of that candle from the, what was that from? From my 1 hour. From my 1 hour. It looks like a nice little regression trend line right here. Coming down across here. It looks like it. If I plot one on here, it'll probably not be as clean as it looks on the surface, but I'm gonna do it like this. Okay, there we go. That worked. Resistance. Right there. With the lows. And possibly trying to get into that. It doesn't stop it from sweeping it if it wants to. 22 minutes on it. But probably, yeah, would rather see it. And I think it will reject back down. And try again. That is what I would so I can see that it, yeah, we know it needs to get past this. It needs to get past this. Yeah, the lows. But it could, like I said, it can't just sweep. Come back down. Which that would look like if we wanted it to work in our favor for a long, because that was just too quick. It would be that. It is Solana. It is Solana. So let's see. Bitcoin pushing. Obviously Bitcoin is pushing because otherwise, all right, it's giving Ethereum some hopium as well. All right, Solana just hit the top side of the range. I still propose a rejection. I think Solana would be a short, in my opinion, if it just kept pushing up through here. It wouldn't, for me, if it just kept pushing up through here and it didn't reject, it would be a short for me. I know I'm not going to short, but that's how I would view it. I'm just not thinking V-shaped recovery. Not thinking that at all. Solana doesn't give you many chances when it does get to moving. I'm just trying to make sure I was on that time. Okay, I'm supposed to be on the 15. So I have to delete this because it's not going to register on the 15-minute chart. I'm just not thinking V-shaped recovery. What happened in here, though? Still, I mean, MACD still looks good. MACD still strong. DTI is positive, green, starting to push up in bull's favor in here. This is the only thing that just kind of bugs me a little bit, but I can take that away and not focus on it, to be honest, because it is a distraction at times. Looking at that, but it helps me at the same time. So, all right, the low in here for Ethereum. I hope if you were here at the start when I said long position, the long position, I hope you were here for that, because that's doing good. I haven't closed out yet, but I am about to be honest. I am about to. Yeah, I'm about to close out. It's definitely looking much better here for Ethereum. It's definitely looking much better. I think I had oh yeah, we got this right here. So potentially just back into our breakdown zone, which was right here. If we get past this right here, then great deal of resistance through here. Look at that push, baby. Look at that push. Look at that push. It's probably going to do one of those. Break out of it. Where it breaks, where maybe it doesn't. And it just comes back in. Oh yeah, I'm about to close out my Ethereum long here. Yeah. Yeah, let me play with it. That's a beautiful push. Greed kind of trying to kick in on me. The greed is trying to kick in on me. Maybe if it could just do that. You know, we always like, maybe if it just gives me a little bit more, then I'll take it. And then next thing you know, a candle comes and just I can always look for the next one. That is nice, though. That is nice. That is nice. That's nice. We're still underneath here, so I'm going to keep that in mind as I take my glorious profit and sit on my hands. Bitcoin is pushing. It's trying. We reacting to this little candle right here. Solana ain't playing with it. You know who else ain't playing with it though? My new boo. My new boo ain't playing with it either. Get back in there. Get back in there and get on the horse, baby. Look at that. Now I was sitting here waiting for this measured move right here. It didn't come from this time frame, so I don't have to worry about this part in here. So I'm just still hoping, wishing, hoping, praying that we can still get this right here. Still hoping for it. I can see Ethereum already. I'm just looking at the. I should have pulled that trigger. I didn't pull it, y'all. I'm gonna close it out though. Close out Ethereum. I think there's room for it to reject and come back in. It does still look pretty good right here. So obviously we broke the mean in here. That was the point where we actually got the nice little candle. Nice enough candle right here. We got above that mean. Want to stay above it. Can use this as a metric right here to say flipping back down that mean. It's about centered across here. It looks like it is anyway. I'm just going to use a box. So I can see, yeah, that could work. If that line flips down, that I should have closed that out. Shoulda, coulda, woulda. All right. So we did what we were looking for here on Biddy, which was get up here and take this right here. So we did it. We did it. Hooray. We did it. Took it. Took that liquidity right there. Can drop that range box right there. Took that liquidity right there, which means it looks like what over here? No, that's not the liquidity we're looking for. We're looking for this one up here. My bad. We're looking for that one up there. But this was the second target for this. So is this what we're looking for? This right here. That's what we're looking for. That. I don't even know if I got a third one in me. Can make a third one. Just focus on one. If willing, you know, if it's willing, then one would be about, based on what my eyes can see, that would be it right there. One. But that was good. That was a nice little move. That was a nice little move. That ain't bad. That's not bad. It's not bad. That's probably gonna be it for my Ethereum. Dang. But that's not bad. All right, so what I was saying about Litecoin is this range right here is coming off of this 4-hour time frame in here. Just hot noise for a sec. So it's this candle right here. And as you can see, we haven't swept this low in here, which I don't care right now because we've been tapping this high too much. So it seems like it really wants to break through this resistance throughout here and come back up. So that's why I'm ever hopeful right now that this can play out. And it would also be like a little W in here for that push up if we can get it. If we can get it. And you can see I'm not biased. I do have the one for the downside just in case it just didn't. But we had a squeeze in here. All right, let's see. I like this. I like the start of this right here. I like the start of this. This could be something beautiful. Let's see, 30 minute just to see. Okay, so nothing there. I like the start of that 1 hour. That is intriguing. And I had this on, I don't know what time frame I was actually watching, but I've been sitting in this this trade here for a little bit now, but we had some nice squeezes throughout here too. Whenever I could find the patterns and stuff like that. So just confirming it with the Bollinger Band. So we had this descending line through here where we got this squeeze and we got that breakup, and then we started putting in this pattern right here at this low volatility read in here before it got that move out. A little bit of a double rejection across here at our at the top side of our range when I posted on it last night, or not last night, but yesterday when I posted on it. You know, I could see that we were rejecting right here, but I'm still holding on to it. I had my little alarm set to see when we came back down towards this line in here. Just hoping that we held, and we did. That's just a 382 bounce in there. I was really excited though because we got above this one, and so I was looking for us to, I wasn't even trying to get to why does that read 1? I don't know why that's reading 1. Why does that read 1? Might have just been a mistake I made. 2, 1. That reads 2. That reads 2. X 2. That's different. I get that. That doesn't have a number on it at all or anything. I'm gonna have to figure out why I got it numbered like that, because I don't know. Maybe I just need to put this back to a 1 until I figure. Never mind. I can do it later. But yeah, I was excited because we were above here, and I was like, okay, maybe we can do it. But yeah, we failed. We came back up, tried it again, didn't work. Now we're rejecting here, so it's kind of, I don't know. We'll see. I think Litecoin is going to do good. At least for right now, I think it's going to do good. It is doing something I'm not seeing. Well, we'll see. We'll see how Litecoin does. Let's see what the chances are of Bitcoin flipping this into support again. It doesn't seem too likely. I mean, just based on this right here, how we just V-shaped up like that. I don't know. Doesn't seem likely. It seems like we pulled back. Seems like we pulled back. And that looks pretty deep, decent right there. That looks decent at least. I ain't gonna lie, I was kind of scared that, that bullish divvy wasn't gonna pan out. Ain't gonna lie, it's right here too. I was kind of nervous on it. So I don't have to hide it anymore. I can see my candles now. Today just seems so smooth that I'm not even realizing like we're about to hit 9 o'clock right now. Like it's so smooth right now. I'm gonna go ahead and delete this. I can see where we're at. We have a momentum line that popped out on it anyway, right here. And at some point I can look back at it. So like I said, if we possibly just a reaction to taking that liquidity right there. So if we're taking this, then I would be looking at 1, and that's at 124, 323. So if that manages, that's what I would be looking at. Ouch. And then that put me back in the groove for Ethereum over here to go ahead and actually be a responsible trader and take my profits out of Ethereum and wait for the next opportunity. Maybe on a pullback or something like that, because the market will open in about 30 minutes. So I don't want to be in the way of that when that happens. All right, Tesla dropping a little bit more, and I know I'm talking to you without having it on the chart, because I know I sometimes mean to have it on the chart. But Tesla pre-market 432, down from 438 yesterday on the close. Circle still consolidating the same range, 150 on close, 150 now, give or take a little change there. I need a second. I gotta run to the ladies' room. right. Thank you for that moment in time. Okay. So, yeah, we're still on pause in here. We just open inside here. So now here at our top side right here, we have 2 inside bars in here right now for this candle right here. I do, like I said, we just kind of shot up here, V-shaped recovery on this. And so I do think that we would get a correction on here, right about in here. This could be what does it right here. You can do what I do, use your parallel channel, whatever, like so, like that. I'm just going to see what happens through here. Like I said, I would expect some sort of a retracement in here, especially coming in the market open. Dang it. Tell you what I'm going to do. I don't want to do that. All right, and so we open inside in here as well. These are both respecting each other in here for Ethereum. This is done. I didn't even bother to try to extend it out to I didn't do it like that. Extend it out to a second target. I just didn't feel the need to with Ethereum. We have this one over here per se. Like if we can get into these lows in here. Right now, we're just hitting this candle right here. But the main resistance is sitting in here. So, like I said, it could come up. Just do a little sweep. Extend that out. Could come up and still do that little sweep in here. I don't know if it happens in this next hour because market is going to open and then, whatever it's going to do, it's going to do. It's going to do. Definitely want to get price action out and away from this cloud. That's for sure. I just went ahead and set my stop loss on this to just kill it if it, if we're not going to make it. We're not going to make it here before market opens. Then I just look for the next opportunity in the market, which I will be putting some, throwing some stuff out there today as well. On X, I will also be throwing some stuff out there on CoinMarketCap, so you can follow me there. I just got started posting over there, so it's only been, I don't know, maybe 3 days now. Nobody knows who I am at the moment, but they're gonna learn. So I am down to Crypto TA over there on CoinMarketCap as well, except on the end of my name there's a CMC there, so down to Crypto TA CMC. CoinMarketCap. So I'm there, but mostly it'll be on X. I hope it don't stop me out, but if it does, it does. And I just have to walk away with what I got. Let me go ahead and highlight this. It is the 15. Let's see what we're doing. Okay. Let's see. Let's see you. Let's see if we're still respecting the band. All right, so we're still holding in here until we're not. I would definitely be stopped out at this point. Yep. Still respecting the band for now. Oh man. Yeah, I'm out of it. All right, so that's cool. Let's see what. All right, so just look for the next one. Just didn't want to take that chance, especially with market getting ready to open in here. Seeing that we are inside in here, really not a lot of patience to see like what kind of pattern we're building in here or anything like that. Here for Bitcoin, see what we got going on. Let's see. You can always look to see like what kind of pattern you're building within that zone, like a little double top right there, 7 minute. So yeah, that's it. I mean, was expecting for that to happen anyway, at least momentarily. A momentary cool off, a little momentary cool off in here, and then continuation is what I'm looking for. Because that part looks decent, that is what I'm looking for. Doesn't mean we get it, but that is what I'm looking for. I just hate for this to suck us back down here and back up in the cloud, that's for sure. So just continue to see what that pattern is doing for you. What else? Yeah, we're not coming out of that cloud on the one just yet. Anyway, it's kind of what I figured it would do. One of those little moves right there. Right there. Pop up and break, because we had just put in that low right there. So pop up and do that. We'll see. I still think it can. I think I can. All right. So this one right here, you just kind of see what you're getting out both of those from that 15 and that other one, because this is based on this time frame. It's based on it. So Wicks are just wicks. You have to see a body candle close outside of this to say, okay, now this is probably a valid range break. You have to see a wick on the lower time frame. You can, not saying you can't trade it on the lower, because I do. I look for them on the higher time frame, trade them on the lower, but it's not invalidated until it closes outside of it, or validated until it closes outside. So still in play here on the 4-hour time frame. Ethereum once again. All right, sniffing around this 20 SMA in here at the moment. I mean, I'm out, so you need to continue your behind on down, because I'm out now. I don't need for you to be trying to recover. I need for you to continue this correction. I mean, nonetheless, in the neutral zone until we fall out of here, break this part right here. I think I would look for it down in here somewhere. Down in here. That sounds pretty good. Yeah, I'll look for it down in here if it comes down into here. Otherwise, work with what I got, which is I'm still in the Litecoin position. I did not cover these two, and I'm gonna try to do that quickly here before I leave you, because I know somebody might tell you wrong, and I'm gonna tell you right. BNB. All right, so I mentioned to you, what day was that? Happened. All right, so with BNB, we're at resistance. We're at resistance. We know that. And why is none of my stuff showing up on this chart? It's funny that none of my stuff is showing up on this chart. Let me try it from here. That is weird to me. When my computer shut down or whatever it did. All right, so for BNB, we knew that we hit resistance in here. You can't see it from the Binance chart itself. What else is in here? Why is it reading like that? Okay, never mind. I was confused about something. So you can't see it from the Binance chart itself. So this is the Binance USDT dollar pair right here. So you can't see it from this chart right here. But if you take a look over here, this is what we were looking at the other day when we got this move up. We fulfilled our measured move in here for one, because we were watching this and we fulfilled this measured move in here. I remember I was laughing and giggling like, oh God, I had to try it. And then I'm like, oh snap, I forgot I measured move, and we hit our lows in here and we hit our target in here for this range break right here on BNB. And so once we hit this right here, we knew that BNB was no longer it no longer had the power against Bitcoin anymore, that it was now based on Bitcoin dominance. Now, like Bitcoin dominance was the factor for BNB once it came up and it hit resistance against Bitcoin. So I have not taken another position. I took one more position on it, which was a good position, and I won on that one. But I have not re-entered on Binance coin BNB, because I know that we're at this resistance. I know that. So I'm trying to not just trying. I'm just not taking the positions on BNB at the moment until I can see that we're ready to continue. What is that? I'm sorry, I had to stop and check on something real quick. Until I can see that Binance versus USDT or Binance versus the dollar, until I can see that money is pouring back into BNB. And I can't see that right now, which is why I'm not. So right now it is not able to outperform Bitcoin at the moment, which is why you're not seeing your moves on BNB right now for that reason. So I have this on the weekly chart. You won't be able to see this here on the 4-hour, but you can see how the chart looks exactly the same. So here you can see how BNB for the 4-hour is performing against Bitcoin at this moment, and it's not performing well against Bitcoin at the moment. And now we're finally getting that breakdown on BNB from the 20 SMA, which is why our color just flipped from red to this. So now we're seeing that breakdown on BNB against Bitcoin right here. All right, so back on the BNB USDT. This is the USDT now. So you can see what I'm looking at in here. So I did tweet. I was putting that there just to kind of see how we were doing against these highs in here. But as you can see, like we had this right here. Like I can see the bullishness underneath here, but here was bear divs. So if I turn this off, then you can see the bear divs in here. It just wasn't worth trying to take this anyway. It just wasn't, because we're chop. We're ranging for that cool off because we're at resistance. But once this cool off is done, maybe I'm looking for a move back down into here. This is what I'm looking for. Now, if we get down here and we get trapped under this cloud, maybe we get an even better pullback on BNB and do something like that. That would be great. We did something like that. But this, whatever this was, it was ascending or megaphone or whatever this was, it just wasn't worth trying to jump into a position over here on it. But I don't think that BNB is done. I just know that we're at resistance. You know, if you've been tuning in, that we were at resistance because we knew it. We knew what our measured move was going to be for it. And we also knew that, we was watching for it to come into those lows against Bitcoin dominance. And that's where we stalled out. We did the same thing with Solana, and that was where we stalled out with Solana. We did the same thing with Ethereum, and that was where we stalled out with Ethereum. And now BNB, we know that we're there. So, which would take me back to something I was saying earlier about Litecoin. Litecoin is at support against Bitcoin dominance. So I'm looking for Litecoin to do well, and I hope it does. I mean, it has other support levels up under it, and I keep that in mind. It has other support levels up under it, but I'm hoping that this particular one that we're sitting on Litecoin will work out, and just cool off here on BNB. A little bit of a cool off in here on BNB, but nonetheless, the Binance chart looks freaking amazing. This is back to the one against Bitcoin, as you can see. Bitcoin right here. So yeah, it looks freaking amazing in terms of the weekly time frame. Anyway, when I'm looking at this weekly and I'm looking at the QTD, like we're far away from this. It's turning up now, which is great, especially if it's going to continue up. But you see this fall right here. This is the same fall that I'm watching for Litecoin. This is the same fall I want to see for hold on. I got that chart in here twice. It's the same fall I want to see come through. Now we have to not just keep falling, we have to flatten out. Once we get down here, we have to flatten out and do one of those numbers that we're seeing on BNB. So looking for some good things from it. Like I said, it is at support right now. So hopefully this weekly is looking to print. Hopefully. All right. So looking for that. Fall. Get to a point where you flatten out. Know that we're at some sort of support level in here. Like right now, this could be This could be a Litecoin sitting on support and then dropping to the next support. I don't know that. I don't know that at all. But I'm gonna keep playing with it. It's my new boo right now. It's my new boo right now. All right. So that is your BNB. That is your BNB. Resistance. And I must have had something else in this chart right here. I'm trying to figure out like what that something else could have been since the chart didn't show up there. Maybe I had XRP in this one instead of, because I just changed that chart from XRP to that. I know I have it. Everything in XRP chart is synced together. It's all synced together. And I do have notes in here for XRP because although I'm gauging XRP from a 4-hour time frame, I know where the chart looks like garbage at. I know the weekly looks bad. The weekly is weak against Bitcoin, and that this is the support level down here. And I put the numbers in here for around 2007 to 1593 is what this zone right here is. So 2007 is the top side of this, not counting all the zeros. And then 1593 is the lower side of this for the support for XRP on the weekly time frame, especially if it, as it's doing now, which is trying to come back into this cloud and get this drop down. All right. If it stays above this white line, great. It'll move back up. As long as you stay above here, even with your declines, you're still great. When you're underneath it, not that you don't move when you're underneath it, but you can expect some sort of rejection until, you can expect some sort of rejection. Let me just put it to you like that when you're underneath it. But nonetheless, it will need to do a deviation. But this is the next range for level of support for it here on the weekly time frame. Daily, the same situation here for XRP. A little bit of weakness coming in right here. You are starting to squeeze in here. So you are getting a squeeze on the daily time frame. And you see how your cloud is rising in here. So you're getting a little bit of a cloud cover in here. So I had this zone right here that I was watching for right there. As maybe, it bounces up and it comes back in here and it rejects on that. And then this in here is what I'm looking at next for it. And we're already down here on it. So I'm just trying to gauge where that 4-hour, because the 4-hour, like I said, has the bullish divergence. The 4-hour already has the squeeze on it. Just where does that 4-hour actually start to play out for it? And I got to change the settings in here on this right here. So while I'm here, let me just change it because I think I actually like it like that. So not really having to do much to it. Just I have to change the colors because they're kind of hard to see the colors from that point. And then this is just my indicator that I just plop onto it. You see DTC down to crypto moving average. I'm gonna put that at a 2. I'll put this pink on it, and I'm just gonna move it to the front like that so I can see, make sure that these moves in here are valid. That's it. Don't want to work with that per se, not with XRP. So hold on, undo that. That's what I want to be looking at with XRP. And then for momentum, I want to see this. For for volatility, I want to see this. I want to be able to see this and be able to put everything together. So that's what I like to watch for here on XRP. And this I don't have to have on. I can gauge everything from here. But I did want to see what the cloud was looking like with it. But this is what I'm looking at here. So daily, not so much. 4-hour, I've already discussed. which your divergence that I'm talking about is coming from your volatility, which hasn't turned up yet, but you can guarantee it's going to turn up because that's the kind of moves that XRP makes is volatility plays. So you will see an outburst. As you can see right here, volatility continues to rise across here. You can wait, be very conservative, wait for a break of your 20 SMA. You can do that, but then you want to make sure you don't fail on that move too, okay? Usually when it plays because that's the kind of moves that XRP makes. But yeah, so that's what you have. I like to see it with both. When you see it with both, it's a lot better. When you see it here, which I don't, forgive me, don't want to do that. I want to do this. And let me just put this back because it is XRP, right? So let me just put this back. It looks like I missed that one. No, I didn't. Let me just put this back like that. I don't need, hold on. I need that. I don't need that. Let's put this back like this. So I didn't even have to change the colors on this because I forgot it's XRP. It's really good with their bullish divergence. So you do have bull divs in here. So yeah, when you start to see the mean reversion take place in here, then that should play out for you. That should be a hit for you. I'm just gonna put that down here for now, unless it invalidates it, because magnet on. Unless it gets invalidated. And I mean, you had the bear. I mean, you just it's bull divin all across here. All across here, it has the bull div. So expect for it to give at some point. And so far, it's just done these little small pops. But yeah, 4 hours is going to be the one for you when it comes to XRP. What's the other thing I was going to discuss with you? But as far as BNB goes, you're still within this range, and this is your 4-hour time frame right here. So you're still coiling in here, so you can expect you're going to get an explosive move. Now, if your RSI, because it is still heated. So when I look at the RSI down here, if your RSI comes back into your bullish control zone, which is going to be your 60, then maybe it decides it's done with that. It's done with that, and it's gonna pop back up. Or you can watch your MACD. To make some sort of a shift. Your delta, particularly, for it to start getting lighter in color. If you use the regular MACD, you'd be looking for it to go from a dark red to a light red. You can do that and use that. Otherwise, this is your range. You had one sweep in here. It wasn't a follow through. Just looking for this to finally give. Like this has been, yeah. This has been something else in here. But like I said, bullish undertone in here from this drop, bearish across the top. If you just take a look at it, no bear div on that last one, no bull div on this one either. So that means it likely will play out the little correction here for BNB. So don't be trying to get long in here unless you have some other confirmations. What was the other thing I was going to look at in here? Don't know what it was because we already looked at SUI and Hyperliquid. Yeah, that's what it was. So Hype has been trying. Like it really tried yesterday in here. Let me take this away. You can already see that the cloud is dropping in here, and it did go flat. It went flat, which should have been a good thing for Hype. Should have been a good thing for price action to get the push up, but it did not. And we had the bullish divergence in here that tried to give price action that boost. And you can see it got stopped out right here at these lows. And now it's starting to break down from the cloud now. Still above the ghost line in here, but nonetheless, it's breaking down from the cloud. You no longer have the bullish divergence in here at this point, at least not on this indicator. I'll look to see if I see it elsewhere. And because we did not manage to get the results I was looking for this range, if I just take this away now, we did not manage to get the results that I was looking for from this range right here, as we were trying so hard. We are coming into, and we are at the next level, which is going to be the golden pocket. Okay, so we have the golden pocket. 786 is the bottom side of the square. This is what we're at now. So this is from the larger pool right here. And then you have these liquidity zones in here. This low liquidity right here. In case we do start to see some bullish divergence again, I didn't see it on that indicator. Does not mean that it's not here. It can be elsewhere. Let's take a look down here and see what we got. Nothing. We have it. We have some volatility divergence in here, which would just simply mean a 20 SMA break. Maybe this gets a little bit tighter in here, and then it goes for that move to the upside. But for now, yeah, we don't. Let me see here. Slightly right here on the RSI, but that can be invalidated. I do want to see it try to hold in here and get that pop up. Along this side right here would be great. Maybe, again, like I said, take some liquidity in here, and then maybe it can get that move. That's something worth looking for. And it's going to slide both of these out here. But yeah, that's something worth looking for. So now you're underneath here, and now you're hitting these lows in here. But yeah, that's how this is going for me. I'm actually in this trade. And it's in profit, not in profit anymore. But I already mapped everything out to know what I could expect from it. So I'm okay with that. And just see how we do here at this golden pocket 786 and with the liquidity. See if we can potentially get some bullish divergence. But like I said, we're outside of that cloud now. Let's see this falling channel right here. That's what it looks like. We have a falling channel right here. We'll see how that works. Excuse me. But that was the last thing I needed to cover with you, was that AMD and markets are open, and a little bit of a, okay, so I mean, we already discussed that. I'm not gonna get into it. I'll post up on Tesla, AMD, Palantir, all of that. I'll post up on that later. We gap down on Tesla, of course, when we already knew price was down on it. Still staggering here around circle. Yeah, so that is going to do it for me for today. I appreciate you for stopping by to hang out with your girl. I am Down to Crypto TA. You can follow me on X at Down to Crypto TA. You can also follow the Coin King. That's spelled with a D as in diamond. I didn't use the word dog today, as in diamond. A as in apple. Coin King over on X. Okay. We'll see what happens right here with Bitcoin. Can we maintain and stay above this X in here, even if we do come down here and sweep the liquidity from this candle right here, or if this is lead us into further continuation back down here to around where we got the break to the upside from. We shall see. If it does, this is a 15 minutes, so not the strongest play for me doing a 15-minute, but I do it sometimes. I do it sometimes, especially when I can see that I'm looking at something else in here. We'll see if we can't hold. See if we can't hold it. Like I said, maybe a little sweep and then go for a little fuel. You see that? It might be a go. And then you come up here and finish that move out there. Otherwise, oh, that was it. Otherwise, that was it. All right. Ethereum, 5 minute. You can already see. Came down, swept twice in here. Holding the standard deviation 2. Getting a nice little pop right here, but this is a 5 minute time frame. And switches over to the 15 minute. Oh, that looks gorgeous. It actually looks gorgeous. I ain't mad at it. I'm not mad at it. I like the little sweep and go here. See what we looking like. See what we're looking like. We are starting to rise on this low in here. We are starting to rise, but we'll see what's about to happen in here right now. Like a nice little sweep. Nice little sweep. Will we roll over or will we continue to the upside? I do expect a comeback. Right now, that is just a sweep, but I do expect to come back. And if we come back, then maybe this 20 SMA can do the job. Maybe with this golden pocket, it can do the job. This is me being extra. Maybe it makes that measure move right there. We'll see. Somewhere in here. A nice little sweep though. Don't send it up yet. Look at all that volatility kicking in, baby. I'm gonna go because I'm gonna figure out if I'm gonna take another position here or if I'm going to sit on my hands with Ethereum. But I'm loving the volatility with the market open. And I don't know what news we had come out today. I didn't even check to see if there was any news. Okay, so the shutdown is still intact. So it's not that. All right, so I'm not really seeing anything as it relates. So if this is not going to continue to roll over, I'll be looking for a higher low. I wouldn't mind if the measure move takes place in here. The only thing is I really, at this point, I don't want to see the measure move in here because I don't want to actually be trading up under this 20 SMA here on the 15-minute time frame. If this is actually going to work. And let's take a look here. It almost looks like we would need to hold through here. So if I take this, I don't think I could show anything different than what's already showing in here. Let me make sure this is making sense in here. And it does. I'm put that on the SMA just to kind of see if there was anything in here that would have given me any insight. Nothing at all, just still the same with our 20 SMA. I was trying to see what 60 was sitting at. The 60 is over our heads. So, yeah. I mean, I really wouldn't want to. I really wouldn't want to. I would rather this hold in here and see the bounce away. But I have no control over it. Right now it's bearish. I don't want to jump on it until I have some confirmation. Yeah, I was waiting on that to happen right there. Starting to rise doesn't mean that it can't rise more, but I'm just going to have to stick a pin in this right now. Yeah, we might be getting that continuation down. So no play for me right here. Not right now. Unless I start to see some bullish divs in here. Give me some bull divs and we got it. And it looks like the bull div would have to come from price taking out the low. At the moment, that's how it would have to be. So price would have to be putting in a low, lower low, and the indicator, a higher low through here in order to get the bullish divergence, because the indicator doesn't look like it's going to move fast enough, faster than price action in this case. Which means there's probably some strength in here. You just have to do that and then hope it chops and works itself out, because otherwise. And see, that was our when we were looking for the break here. Look how we bounced and then we broke it. So that was that mean reversion there. So it's safe to say this is the attempt on that 20 that we're seeing. This stall, this is the attempt on that 20. That's that attempt right there on that 20. And to hold the support in here. I don't think anyone wants it to front run golden pocket, if that is going to be the golden pocket tap, and it's not going to be the back test of where we got the breakup from the range that we broke. Probably would make more sense to do it like that, but yeah, they're trying to work off of that. I'm not going to take that right there though, because that's not good enough for me. Moving too fast. Why is the volatility like? I mean, normally I love that. I'm gonna pass for now, and I'm gonna get off of this screen. You see some bullish divergence, then I would say it's worth it. And like I said, the bullish divergence would have to be from price coming down here to take the liquidity from the low. You want to see a closure below this candle right here, which is, I mean, damn, we don't want that though. We don't want that because we don't want to lose this. Yeah, we don't want to lose that, right? So maybe something in here then. We'll see how that works out. But I have to go where you can extend it and just look for a back test. That's just support right here. Like you really don't have much until it at least comes back down into here, or maybe even fulfills that move. Right here, that would be with the 786. Really don't have much. You have that 20 SMA in here, and that's it. So front running the golden pocket. Solana's just chilling. Like, y'all hash that out. I'm working on something else over here. I have to go. Love you, and I hope you enjoy the rest of your day. I will see you on X.